Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. Jim Crow Joe, you know you got to go. Trump 2024. Be sure to wipe your feet. That's hit the like button coming into the House of Revolution. Subscribe to the channel. Support the platform. Share the message. Salute to the minister. Salute, family. Salute to the minister of the Nation of Islam. I'm so glad that he came around and he's speaking out against the Democrats and their ways and having some nice things to say about the movement and what he sees that Trump is doing. We got to get right into that. And I don't think the Democrats like this too much, but the message is out there, and we definitely going to look into exactly what was Minister Farrakhan saying.
Calls it fake news. We have been the victims of some fake news.
Yes.
He's beating up the FBI.
See, when Louis Farrakhan said what he said, they were hooping and cheering him on. If I said the same thing that Louis Farrakhan said, they'd be trying to make excuses for why I'm right.
Everything lines up. Let's check it out.
So I want y'all to listen to the clip of Louis Farrakhan wrote a clip.
The nature of this administration is good for us. Because of Trump's way, he is an anomaly. There's never been no president quite like Mr. Trump. There's something that he's doing. Trump is destroying every enemy that was an enemy of our rise. Who's the enemy of our rise? Is it the Department of Justice, where we get none? Is it Congress, where you make a law that favors us and then you turn around and destroy it? Is it the media that has destroyed every Black leader that stood up for us? Martin Luther King suffered it. Malcolm suffered it. He's attacking the media, calls it fake news. We have been the victims of some fake news.
Yes.
He's beating up the FBI.
All of this is true. Speak on it. Speak on it, Doc. We like this revolutionary message. Jim Crow Joe. What he's saying is Jim Crow Joe got to go. Trump 2024. We did our lineage-based reparations and anti-Black hate bill. That's going to be coming from the minister because he has heard the streets. We got the rappers lining up to speak this talk. We've been here the whole time. We finally glad that somebody with a large audience could finally be right on message. This the only black man. This the only black man as far as that leadership class. And a lot of people say he ain't our leader. A lot of men are our leaders, but I'm talking about those who said that those who the people said and it's black leaders. Nobody else except Farrakhan is saying this right now about Trump. The Boule, they pissed about that.
Go at it, baby.
Hey, Heather.
They've been beating the hell out of us.
So let me say this. The clip kind of cut short a little bit, but let me put this in perspective. Why did I pick the clip of Louis Farrakhan talking about Trump? Because I think that he said some things that was accurate, right? Donald Trump is bucking against the system.
Nah, if anybody else say that besides Farrakhan, Boule Martin, all of the congressional members, they're going to attack you like attack dogs. I can guarantee you none of them have one word to say about what Farrakhan said. None of them are.
Donald Trump is doing things that benefit the Black community. Now, I don't agree with everything he said in that clip because he act like the country's against Black people and all this other stuff while he live in a crazy mansion somewhere, getting rich and sending all his kids and friends' kids to private school potentially. But he did say something that I think Black people should start recognizing. Go back and look at what Donald Trump did while he was in office. And this clip was while Donald Trump was in office. Go back and look at what Donald Trump did while he was in office. Go back and look at the things that you believe will benefit your community. Lower taxes, border security. I mean, you go down and name it. You name it, he did it. Urban revitalization, the First Step Act, which some people disagree with me on the First Step Act. I looked through the entire act. I thought it was a really good piece of legislation or a policy that I think was great. Me and Candace Owens lobbied for the First Step Act on Capitol Hill. I read it all. And most Congress people didn't even read it. Some people were like, they're going to let rapists out. No, it wasn't, because that's not in the clause. It has to be a nonviolent crime. But anyway, we can go down the list. But Donald Trump has done a lot of incredible things. Why don't people get it? See, when Louis Farrakhan said what he said, they were hooping and cheering him on. If I said the same thing that Louis Farrakhan said, they'd be talking crazy about me, talking about I'm trying to make excuses for why I'm right. And I just like when I hear people who are in the community actually get up and tell the truth. But I have to say this again. I don't really like Louis Farrakhan. I think he's a race baiter. I think he's a racist. And it's sad that these people spend their whole life career making the world out to be an anti-black scenario. I just want to say this for the record. White folks ain't worried about you no more. Maybe 100 years ago, white people were worried about black people. The white people ain't worried about black people. The system ain't just concocted just to hurt black people.
Yes, it is. But poor people in general too, but absolutely for black people. See, we can't lose our mind now.
See, when it was only white people and black people that were the biggest majority, then yeah, you could say maybe the Congress was set up for this, set up for that. Now we got other minority examples of them doing well in America. Asians doing well, Africans doing well, not African Americans. There's African Americans that do well, but I'm saying when you look at the numbers of Africans that come here to America, they generally do better than African Americans. We got Mexicans come over here doing better than y'all. So when you look at the spectrum of what's going on, the country isn't against you. You're against you. You the ones got dirt all over. You know, you got trash all over your community. You the one spray paint and graffiti and stuff. You the one gang banging on your street, shooting your brother and sister. You doing that. Little Johnny down the street selling y'all drugs, not the white man.
Yes, he is.
Look, you know, look, Tyrone in there pumping and sweating and not taking care of his responsibilities. What do they have to do with the white man?
See, one thing just like these brothers right here got to understand. Like I keep telling people, all these black dealers get their shit from Mexicans and white boys. They ain't the plug, the white boys and the Mexicans. So yes, though, they is absolutely getting it from the white man. Is absolutely selling it to them niggas, brother. I know you. See, this dude who's saying this, he got like 2 million subscribers, bunch of them white. You know, he got to stay on their side. Bullshit, the white boys not selling them niggas dope. You crazy.
I don't want worried about black men marrying white women. White people ain't worried about y'all. Y'all the one stressed out over that. Y'all the one bashing your own men. Y'all the one want to be strong and independent, and I'm just a lot to handle for a man. And then you single and sad, and you blaming the white man. Y'all the ones mess up your own community opportunities. That's not, when I grew up, there was not a white person in sight unless it was a cop or a person working in the school system. And you look around and say, well, why is all the devastation? It's because you're a part of that. You don't value your own community. You don't value relationships. You don't value raising your children right. You still believe in antiquated practices of beating your kids for no reason. You're the one that are doing that. You're the one bought into the system. You're the one still voting for Democrats. You're the one sending your kids to school in a failing school when you can homeschool your children. You're the one voting for policies that's detrimental to your community. Policies that leave in open borders. So black people that's barely making it, not all black people, the ones who struggling, now they got the Mexicans coming over here and being in front of you. They in front of line before you can get, you finna go broke, barely putting food on the table. Wages ain't going up, but that inflation going up. Oh, they come right over here and get 100% coverage medical insurance. They go work on the job, fake a workman's comp issue, change their whole identity. They ain't got no social security number. They change their identity 4 or 5 times, get workman's comp for 3 or 4 jobs. And you still vote for the man and think that makes sense. Don't blame nobody else. Louis Farrakhan, thank you for saying that.
Now, the only reason why I didn't stop that clip while I was playing it is because I also stand in that. I believe that we need to hold our own accountable. Black people, here's the thing. We need to stop separating people by race.
Now, first of all, you know, we're going to hold the blackface Ku Klux Klan accountable, but you absolutely out of your mind if you don't understand about white supremacy and the imperialists who use coons and boule to make you think it's you and you the only one doing it to yourself. Bullshit. Even Dr. King wasn't that crazy. Even when he was the boule, he woke up and said, wait a minute, why is you giving all the European peasants all this stuff? Even he knew it was a system working against especially you. Now, the 1%, they hate all poor people. Yes, that's true. But especially your black ass.
Race. At one point, it was necessary. I'm not going to fake like we've never been in a point where it seemed like it was black on white, black against white, white against black, because of the people that was in power seem to have been setting some things up against African Americans. So there came some people who was leading the charge.
Listen. See, that's why we taking over this fucking conservative movement. Our answers were conservative, and we don't want no coons speaking on behalf of us. We letting the racist bastards know the hell with them. We the real spiritual people. And see, America is absolutely racist and bigoted and some goddamn hypocrites. Oh, if there wasn't, why the fuck can a Muslim be president? Try to tell a Muslim person to be president and see how they goddamn act. Because they some racist.
And trying to make sure that black people's voices were heard and that they receive the fair treatment that our Constitution said that we were supposed to receive. But after a certain point, guys, here's the thing. After a certain point, when we start to, make our way in society and get our jobs and be left alone for the color of our skin, and we're not bothered just for that, and we start tearing up our own communities, and we start destroying communities by selling drugs and killing one another, and thieving and breaking into people's houses and stealing cars and all of the other things. I'm not even going to go down the line. That's not even important. But what is important is that we realize where we are today. Okay, one person's level of success does not necessarily say how the country is toward a certain group of individuals. It don't. I'm being realistic. It does not. But one thing is true. Money is what it's all about nowadays. If you ain't got it, then you are a part of the minority. You're not, and the minority is not a color anymore. Minority is about the people who don't have power, who don't have resources, finances, education, and all those things that are important for moving up to the next level. And if you don't have those things, you will be left behind. And if you're left with that antiquated way of thinking, then you will be left behind. And you will be holding other people back as well. And people like Louis Farrakhan at one point, and probably even still today. I say probably even today because I don't listen to Louis Farrakhan. I don't. I don't know what his teachings are or any of that. But I do know that I've heard him say before that the black man was being held under the thumb of the white man, and how unfair this country is, and all those other things. And
that's absolutely true.
At this point,
ain't no lie.
That's just mumble.
Ain't no goddamn mumble my motherfucking ass. Don't never be that type of coon. Well, you don't understand that. Then they got your ass right where they want you. Yeah, then you want the good ones. They let you say you want the good ones. Nah, I don't know a good one, a good who. You want the good colors. You ain't like them other colors. Nah, motherfucker. Yeah, you want the good whites. You ain't like them other whites.
Hey, welcome back to the channel. It's your man Wise back at it again with another reaction video. All right, now I'm checking out another video from The Benny Show. This is rapper Meek Mill's breaks the internet, endorses Donald Trump. You're starting to see that more and more. There's more rappers are starting to come out and endorse Donald Trump. I don't know if you guys seen Benny the Butcher on The Breakfast Club with Charlemagne, and he came out and said that, he's, putting his support behind Donald Trump. And it also said that there are other folks, in the neighborhood where he comes from. I believe he's from Buffalo, New York. And they're, having these discussions about supporting Trump. If you haven't already, man, go ahead and support Benny's channel by at least liking and subscribing to his channel as well. Please make sure you like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Please make sure that you watch this video all the way through. It helps YouTube push this type of content to other people out there that need to see this information. Give me 1 second. Let me slide the video in. Uh-oh. Golly, Sean, you're slacking. Slacking over here, man. Slacking. Here we go. All right, video in. Without further ado, Let go.
What do you have to lose? You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. What the hell do you have to lose?
Hanging with billionaires, I appreciate that.
Hey, I grew up in America in a ruthless neighborhood.
We do regularly, Congressman, clips of people from the south side of Chicago, from the Bronx in New York, or urban communities that are like, nah, man, we're effing with Trump this election. We're done, right?
Yep.
Trump's my boy.
I like this guy right here.
And we're effing with Trump this election. We're done, right? Trump's my boy. Like we do those clips, and we have an abundance of them.
Right.
But something that I wasn't counting on my bingo card for 2024, although I guess at what point do we just break the wheel and say anything's possible?
Yeah.
Is one of the biggest rappers in the world, one of the most followed rappers in the world, Meek Mill.
Meek Millie came out. Yeah.
Meek Mill quoting my tweet and being like, "Wait till y'all see who the black people in poverty are voting for."
Mm-hmm.
Can you break this down for us? Like, I think that what he's doing, and we were counting on, I don't know Meek Mill. He's welcome to come on the show anytime. I invite you and Meek Mill on the show, right? We had a great conversation. I think what he's doing is he's saying that Democrat policies have been terrible for poor people, especially, and that there are communities that feel utterly left behind, and they're going to vote the opposite direction in 2024. Your thoughts?
Poor people, not just poor blacks, poor people all around the country are suffering right now. Those that are in the upper middle class and those that are in the 1%, is the inflation a big deal? For the 1%, maybe not. But those of us, in the from lower to middle to upper middle class are definitely feeling the pinch. But poor people are getting it the worst.
Thoughts?
Man, Meek Millie, ASAP Rocky, Kodak Black, man. The list is Lil Wayne. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Like,
I need to do a video on all the rappers that have supported Donald Trump up to this point. I got to look into that.
these are black people that are in touch with the black community, and black men are looking around. They're saying, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
The Biden administration sucks. And you know what? 4 years ago, it didn't suck. And then meanwhile, we're sitting there complaining about tweets and MAGA this, and people are racist. Look, the rising tide raises all boats. But black people in the hood, they don't want to pay more taxes either. They want to be safer as well. No. They don't want fewer law enforcement or fewer police officers. We want more police officers.
Absolutely.
It's not a race issue. And what we've seen in the last 4 years is this country go to absolutely hell in the handbasket, and everybody's looking around pointing the fingers. And you know what we realized?
With gasoline draws on.
That is, this happened ever since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, our borders took office. So you know what? Let's go back to the way it was a few years ago. And now we feel emboldened. A lot of black people feel emboldened to actually speak their mind and speak their heart, because now we have proof. We have proof that we were better off before, and we just want to get back to that. This has nothing to do with race, religion, color, or creed. This has everything to do with your quality of life. Am I better off then? Am I better off now? And black folks are realizing we're better off now. And I think President Trump is going to get between 25 and 30% of the black male vote. He set a record in 2020. He got 18.7% of the black male vote. If he gets 25, kiss the baby.
Absolutely. And honestly, that number should really creep up to about 50% of the black male vote. But unfortunately, I think we have more the baby boomer generation. I think that generation may be cooked. They may be done. But those of us that are, Gen X, millennials, those of us that are looking at it at face value, looking at what we're going through, and we're really just diving in and looking at the policies, they're in trouble.
This thing is over. And Democrats know that. And that's why they're acting like caged animals to get him out of there. They are hemorrhaging the black male vote. And I'm telling you, I'm seeing it every single day. And by Meek Mill of all people, coming out and being like, yeah, man, like the streets got his back. Let's go.
This congressman, I've seen him speak, on a couple of different occasions. For whatever reason, I cannot think of his name right off the top of my head. Can somebody drop me a comment down in the comment section, man, and remind me of his name, please?
Let's go.
We have the B-roll. It'll just play beside you of Fani Willis's hometown on the night that she arrested Donald Trump. Mugshots in the studio, coming out to support Donald Trump. People getting out of their houses, out of their buildings to come out and cheer Donald Trump as he rolls through the street. Right?
Yeah.
Saying "Free my boy Trump." That's what they were saying. Fani done effed up.
Yeah.
But little did we know how right they were. The entire A block of the show was about how Fani did F up by effing around with one of her lawyers, by meeting with the Biden White House, by meeting with the January 6th committee, by paying her lover boy an enormous amount of money, even though he doesn't do these kind of cases and doesn't have any kind of pedigree as a lawyer. And he's just into big fannies. And so we're looking at this and saying,
yo,
and how, and now there's a judge that's scheduling like a hearing saying, hold up, something ain't right here. What do you think is going to happen in this case?
Oh, well,
before he answers, this case is getting tossed out. I'm surprised that it hasn't already been tossed out, but I think they're trying to figure a way to save face. But this case is gone. It's done.
Joe Biden right now is polling at 31%, the lowest he's seen in modern history. The only person worse than that is Kamala Harris. She's polling worse than that. She's the worst polling vice president we have seen in the history of this country. And while Dick Cheney was vice president, he shot somebody. Think about that. You're doing worse than Dick Cheney at this point. He shot somebody, a friend of his, in the face with birdshot. Thank God it wasn't buckshot. At what point we realize that these are Democrats that are going after President Trump, and it's witch hunt after witch hunt after witch hunt, indictment all over the country. It's New York, it's Georgia, it's everywhere. It's Fannie. They're doing this because they're trying their best to keep him off the ballot. But thank God for our Constitution. Absolutely. And thank God for the Supreme Court, because they're not going to let them get away with this. And I hope that he goes after Fannie with full force when this is over. This is ridiculous. Taxpaying dollars were paid to enrich a man that she had an affair with because he wants to make President Trump a political prisoner. What?
Yeah.
What? This is what's happening in our country right now. And the good thing is we have shows like yours. There's people like me, people around the country that are exposed to this for exactly what it is. Thank God. And thank God your viewership is going to watch this and disseminate this accordingly. That's why we're going to be okay in November. We don't have to worry about the fake news, man. We don't have to worry about NBL, LSD and CNN and everybody else. The only thing we have to do is stay focused on the issues, shows like you to really put out what.
Did he say MS, LSD?
What's going on, and we're going to be just fine. But let me tell you something, man. The people are getting ready to speak, and we're getting ready to speak loud and clear. We're sick of the corruption. We are sick of the two-tier justice system. And I also want to say this. I was on Triggered yesterday with Don Jr., and we were talking about he versus Hunter Biden. Could you imagine? Go with it. Could you imagine if Donald Trump Jr. behaved the way that Hunter Biden has behaved? Could you imagine if we found cocaine in the White House that nobody knows whose cocaine it was? Could you imagine if you're found on camera measuring crack while prostitutes are in the back that are being paid for by money that you got because of who your father was? This is ridiculous. And now we know it. And that's indicative of why President Trump set a record in Iowa. We're going to see the same thing in New Hampshire. We're going to see the same thing in Nevada. We're going to see the same thing in South Carolina. And I cannot wait to watch it. And I'm even more proud to be a part of the movement, brother.
Final question for you, Congressman, because you brought up the polling, and we have the polling actually here from Real Clear Politics. You can see now Donald Trump, not only, you see Joe Biden sort of like slowly atrophy, but Donald Trump just like a rocket ship, right? He's like Tesla stock, Bitcoin, bam, bam. And he's popping up again. And I think that you are on a trend here where Donald Trump is simply polling outside of the margin of fraud, and they're going to get desperate. Now you're starting to see little stories like this. Don't be shocked. Here's the New York Post. Don't be shocked if Michelle Obama sneaks her way into the 2024 race. And they go through how Michelle Obama could do the old switcheroo with Joe. Is this going to work? Your thoughts on this?
Personal thoughts, and I actually read this yesterday. Do you know that the election is 10 months away? If you were going to replace Joe Biden, you had to do this 8-10 months ago. This is what they're doing. They're riding with Biden. And I don't see them replacing him at this point because it would take a Herculean effort to get somebody spun up to a national level to run against President Trump when the election is 10 months away. I just don't see it. And they've realized that this is the party of identity politics. And the reason why they cannot replace Biden with, let's say, a Gavin Newsom or somebody else who's white, because then you have to replace the black vice president with a white guy, even though he's probably way better. Let's be honest, this is the DNI party. So then you're going to have a serious problem if you try to usurp the black woman with any other candidate. So you're stuck with Joe Biden. It's just what it is. And they've realized that they can't replace him. And this guy cannot walk up steps. He can't read off the teleprompter. This guy is more obsessed with ice cream than keeping our world safe. And we've watched it for the past year. Why haven't they replaced this guy yet? Because they can't. It's just that simple. I think Michelle Obama is living in her house in Martha's Vineyard. That's right there off the coast, by the way. It goes to show you how much they care about global warming and about the coastal flooding. They just built a house in Hawaii. They're flying around on Sir Richard Branch's plane. Do you really think they're going to live that life to go run against President Trump? I just doubt it, man.
Yep.
I mean, it sounds, in theory, I guess it sounds okay, but I think people are finally awakened to the games of the Democratic Party. And I just don't think that we'd fall for it. Those that would vote for Michelle Obama, those are the same people that are going to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, which, like I said earlier, a lot of it is going to be, when I'm just speaking on the black community, it will be, black women, although there are some black women that are starting to wake up to the foolery, of the Democratic Party. And then you got your, older people within the black community, baby boomers, people that are, I guess, 60 plus years old. They're going to ride with the Democratic Party no matter what. I've talked to a couple of these people. I know a number of these people. They're cooked. They're done. Those people, I don't even know if they're worth saving, at this point, and trying to, and what I mean by save is, I don't know if it's worth trying to change their mind. What we really need to be going after, and what I think, President Trump and whoever it is that he chooses as VP, focus on people from, I would say 18 to about 45, 50. That's the demographic of people that needs to be, really focused on. And that was the big thing. That was the thing that I liked about Vivek, is that he jumped out there and he was in, media platforms that were untraditional, that really did, and he tried to focus on younger people. He went to, I believe he did an interview with the Cartier family. They have a large following. I would assume that a lot of those folks that do watch them are, younger people, because they're, I believe, either college age, young men, or, just, graduating college. So they're in their, mid-20s. That needs to be the focus going forward of the Republican Party.
You know what? That's actually a really great point. Like, why would they give this up? They can make Netflix shows that nobody watches, right? Like they get paid. They can do podcasts. Hey, live there and throw their little parties, right?
Yeah. I think it's just too late for that. If they would have replaced him 7-8 months ago, or talked about this 7-8 months ago, that would have been a more interesting conversation for me. But at this point, I think this is what they're going to roll with.
Yeah, I think this is what they're going to roll with. I wouldn't be surprised if you were on stage during the 2024 election cycle with Donald Trump, Meek Mill, Lil Wayne, and
that would be a dream. For me, that'd be a dream come true. You're talking about, and by the way, I've been listening like Lil Wayne back in the Hot Boys days, man. I mean, that would be like a dream come true. I'm talking about like the block is hot, Lil Wayne. Nothing would make me happier than to be on stage with one of the original Hot Boys, man. Come on, I would love that.
Here's to manifesting that in 2024. Cheers, Congressman, the great Wesley Hunt. Again, follow on X. Here's the profile. 200,000 Patriots, can't be wrong. Give our boy some love. Godspeed,
Wesley Hunt. All right.
Thank you, brother. Anytime, and you enjoy your weekend. Thank you for having me on, man.
Wow, that was awesome, man. Hey.
I did learn from that situation, people in our position ain't supposed to speak on their political candidates. That's what I learned. And I also learned everybody voting for Trump. You know what I'm saying?
Finally, a black man keeping it real. This video is brought to you by TatumStore.com. TatumStore.com. Get the merch on the Tatum Store website. And all of our Trump merch, I'm going to start now that he's, obviously ahead and he probably going to need some support. All of the Trump merch that you buy from our store, proceeds from that. That means profit. That doesn't mean the whole thing because we would, how are we going to pay these people? So proceeds from that, and I'll pick a designated amount of proceeds. We'll submit that to the Trump campaign, and also we'll keep you apprised of it. If you're on our email list or you are on a Tatum Plus, we'll send you, or we'll post it on YouTube as well. When we donate, we'll send you the amount that we donated, whatever the case may be. So that's a good way to get you some good merch and also support the Trump campaign at the same time.
Salute, family.
Like, subscribe to the channel. Y'all already know. Let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies, I can't stand Charlamagne, the guy that do so trash. He's so fake and trash. Like, I mean, listen, it's easy to pick these people out. This dude fake. Now, he had a guest on there that I thought was keeping it real. And Charlamagne just came on the other day and said that Biden is bad. Okay, we get that. Ray Charles can see and Stevie don't have to wonder how bad your boy Joe Biden is. But he also said Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. You stupid when you ain't got no real, you don't have any real intelligent things to say based on your own research and merit. That's a talking point. He's a threat to democracy. How? How is he a threat to democracy? God is my witness. If I had Charlamagne the guy sitting right in front of me, I don't even call him the God. Charlamagne, what I call him? Charlamagne the fraud. That's what I call him. Charlamagne the fraud. If I had Charlamagne the fraud in front of me, I guarantee you he cannot articulate what he means by Donald Trump being a threat to democracy. What do you mean? What do you think a president can do to threaten the democracy of the United States of America? A president cannot pass laws. A president cannot write laws. A president cannot unilaterally change the Constitution. What are you saying? States have rights. States do not have to fully abide by the federal government in many cases. That's why they have sanctuary cities, sanctuary states. That's against the federal law for you to harbor illegals. But these states decide to unanimously on their own, well, not unanimously, but as a state, they decide on their own with their own legislator, with their own governor, their own constitution to say we're going to defy what the government has said, the federal government, and we're going to allow these people to stay in our state. Abortion, Supreme Court said, is not constitutionally protected. It's sent back to the states. Different states can choose what they want to do with abortion. A president cannot unilaterally change the United States of America. It is not possible. You may not like the guy. You may think he's ruining the country by policies that are within his control, but you can't say that he's going to be a dictator, that he's a threat to democracy. That's asinine. Anyway, wrote this clip. Finally, a black man makes some sense.
People were mad that you said you were supporting Trump at one time.
And look at this fraud. He under investigation for stealing money from, or being a part of a Ponzi scheme, stealing money from people. Now, I'm not saying he did it, but he's being investigated for being a part of that Ponzi scheme thing. And he on here had a nerve to talk about people.
Yeah. Are you still supporting Trump? And what's the reason?
So no comment on that.
You was voting for Trump 2024.
No comment on that. It's look like he having a hard time in that case right now. You know what I'm saying? But no comment on that. What I did learn from that situation, people in our position ain't supposed to speak on their political candidates. That's what I learned. And I also learned everybody voting for Trump. You know what I'm saying? I didn't vote. Only president I voted for was Obama. So I really was just talking shit. You know what I'm saying? But I was just noticing what I was getting at that statement is, a lot of times African Americans, we vote Democrat. Man, what the fuck that been doing for us? That's all I mean. It's like what the Democrats been doing for us. That I was expressing my frustrations on that. So you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know who I'm voting for.
And people
they mad now. I wish that black people, let me just say this. I think black people would vote for Donald Trump at 80%. I really do, honest to God, in my heart, believe black people would. If the people in leadership positions had sense, because then the LeBron James, the Rihannas of the world would come out to their audience and say, look, the Democrats have done nothing for us. This is a vote in protest of them not serving us. So we need to come out and vote. 80% of black people vote Republican in the next pay cycle. I mean, in the next election cycle. I guarantee you. And black people will be satisfied that they voted for Republicans because Republicans actively do things that better the country and the people that live in the country, which are black people. If you live in this country, Republican policies benefit you. Lower taxes, building the economy, you name it, we do it. Entrepreneurship, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. All that stuff makes sense. And all that stuff is what successful black people have done over the years. And so if people would just come out and just say it, and the leaders would give them the authority to say it, which means that if they say it, people will become emboldened to say how they really feel. Not one black person that I know think that the Democrats have done anything for them. Not one. They just don't like the racist Republican. But they know the Democrats have done nothing for them. They can't name a policy. They can't name a strategy, not even from Barack Obama. They know what the truth is. But they don't want to get caught up voting for the racist white man. Their reputation bad. But if they only would hear from leaders that had some mother freaking sense, then black people will be liberated in America. I'd say even if you don't want to vote for Republicans, sit out the election this year. Don't give these people your vote. They haven't earned it. You feel like the Republicans haven't earned it. The Democrats haven't earned it either. You think you would have a worse quality of life if a Republican was in office? When Donald Trump was in office, how was your quality of life? What did the country look like? The First Step Act, urban revitalization. Donald Trump gave more money to HBCUs than Barack Obama did. And y'all talk about Mexicans and borders. The cages that y'all saw was done under Barack Obama's administration. Barack Obama deported more people than any president in American history. Barack Obama did. They called him the deporter in chief. Oh, but they don't tell y'all that. They try to make Trump the bad guy. Let's keep it real. What policies did Barack Obama put in place specifically for black people? Specifically for black people. He did it for gays, LGBTQ rights, Asian hate. They doing all that. They ain't done nothing for black people. Name something. Put it in the comment section. You can't. I can't. I went far and wide to find something I think was reputable that Democrats have done for the. Look at the communities. Democrat ran communities, all in the dumps. Every community that you don't want to live in is a black community run by a Democrat. Show me a Republican-run black community and compare that to a Democrat-run black community. Or just show me a community where black people live run by Republicans versus a community where black people live run by Democrats. Majority of those communities run by Democrats are run through the ground. Education is bad.
That's true.
Crime is out of control. They lying saying they want to defund the police when these inner city communities need the police the most. And in a lot of these cases, the police are black. In Atlanta, over 50% of the police department is black. In Philly, over 50% of the police department is black. Or around 50%. Y'all putting your own brothers and sisters out of office. The people are putting them out of place. The people that can come and patrol the community and understand what black people go through, according to y'all want them to be homeless and without a job. What did they do for black people? Black Lives Matter. All these white companies gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter affiliates. What did y'all do with the money? What did Patrice Cullors do with the money? No. She opened a school? No. Did she give money to the community? Did she give money to Michael Brown family, Eric Garner family, Breonna Taylor family, George Floyd's family? Did they give money? No, they didn't give money to none of them. What did they do with the money? Black people gave, more white people gave than black people to Black Lives Matter. And when they had an opportunity to do something right by their own people, what did they do? Nothing. Y'all mad at the white people. The black people had the cookie jar. They getting donations all over the world. Millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. And what do we have to show for what they did for black people? Any condition of black people in America improved because of Black Lives Matter. All that protesting and burning buildings in our own community. What did they do? Everybody had the black square. What did they do? Not one thing. Don't make me get started. I'll go down for 3 hours on it.
What about Nathaniel's wife, Fanny? All that money you allocated tricking on a prosecutor.
Now, Mammy Willis in Fulton County is gonna get the RICO Act, and her little boy toy, who ruined his marriage to trick with her off the taxpayer dime. They done ruined the Trump case. All because they were some bootlicking, buck dancing, shoe shiners, both of them for the Democrat Party. Ain't this something with a web we weave when we plan to deceive?
Tricked his wife out of $1,400 a month alimony payments and even took some of it back using the debit card out the same account that he put the money in from contracts he allegedly fucked you for. Where's the justice for this black woman when she's saying, I've been married to his ass for 26 years, raised his children, and he somehow found a way to get around the law? They only pay me $700 every 2 weeks, and then he splits that with me? This is the one you getting up on a church podium here to stand beside?
Facts. All facts. All facts.
That's the problem.
All facts. What I told y'all when I brought this story. Mammy Willis, first of all, you ruined a black lady's home, Mammy Willis, on behalf of the Democrats. Ruined her home, trickled her husband, beat her out of money. But guess what? You didn't get away with it, though, because you was going up against Donald Trump, and your ass got exposed. But nobody is talking about, they're not talking about that, how she ruined that black lady's marriage with her home wrecking ass. And she can't get no man on her own. She don't want one. But she want to, see, and people of authority, man or woman, not supposed to use their power against their subordinates like she did. This is a Me Too. All that type of shit went on here.
Women findeth men. How you in church talking about, when I found this black man, you didn't find him. He's fucking you. Full way up. That's just what it is. And you didn't think that they was gonna find out. But I'm just like, where's the justice for this black woman over here that helped to build up the very man that you are enjoying right now for the small price of $630,000 every year?
And the Lord did not cause you to stumble into $600,000 of taxpayer money because you sleeping with the dude who's the lead prosecutor. You thought you were going to get away, and so you try to get the church's money. That's what happened here, and you got caught. It's that simple. And look, should this case be thrown out? It should, because it is clear you have prosecutorial misconduct. Now that he was billing Fulton County DA's office for 24 hours of discovery, having meetings in Washington, D.C. with the White House counsel. I mean, that's ridiculous. You know that. Everybody knows that. But I got one other question. What does the White House counsel know? When did they know it? And what does Joe Biden know? And when did he know it? Because if they're meeting with the White House counsel's office, you can't tell me that they did not tell the president what was going on. She is in a long line of politicians who are trying to essentially take advantage of Trump to build their name ID. And she was also trying to get money in the process. Don't go into a black church and say, oh, pray for me. You did wrong, and you know you did wrong. You're in violation of any lawyer's ethics standards in any state in the country. Don't go to the church now asking for prayer and forgiveness. You knowingly did it, and you got caught. She should be removed. She should be disbarred.
All right, guys. So we got to talk about Miss Fani Willis, who is under fire for getting her fanny pack by a special prosecutor that she hired to go after Trump. Now, this story right here is probably the beginning of the end for Fanny Pack's career because she's facing calls to resign. I mean, even the mainstream liberal media lawyers are calling for Nathan Wade to resign, saying that he should step down because they want to be able to save face when it comes to the potential Trump trial that, again, could be in jeopardy because of all of this stuff. The reason why all of this is happening is because a defendant in this trial asked for this case to be dismissed because of these allegations of this improper relationship between Fanny Pack getting her fanny packed by this special prosecutor, Nathan Wade, in which he was paid $650,000+ to pack her fanny and also to go after Trump, right? This guy, even though he lacked experience, was paid more than everybody else on the team, okay? And nobody's out here boohoo whining and crying racism or asking questions about whether race was involved when, you know, hey, you know, if the roles were reversed, they would be asking questions about whether or not race was involved. But clearly this guy was an affirmative action hire. He got hired because of his magic stick, which, you know, apparently, you know, Fani Willis is obsessed with that she's willing to compromise her whole career and her reputation over it, right? So this is where we're at, right? We're at a point now where Fani Willis is being involved in the divorce case involving Nathan Wade and his wife, Jocelyn Wade, who, by the way, I've never fell in love with another man's wife, but this might be the exception where I think that that's actually okay because, one, they're getting divorced, and two, she quite literally could be helping sabotage this case against Trump, right? And for that, I am very thankful. Okay, we have to vote for Miss Jocelyn Wade. She deserves an award for Wife of the Year. Okay, and this story keeps getting better and better and better because the divorce judge that is involved in this case just made a bombshell decision that could reveal to us the exact details of this divorce case involving Miss Fani Willis and what she knows and how involved she really actually was in breaking up this relationship, ruining this marriage, as the judge has ordered that the divorce records be unsealed. Okay, they were sealed before, in which they should not have been sealed. Now they're going to be unsealed, and we're going to get the real juicy details about Fani Willis getting her fanny pack and how that led to this divorce and how she was involved. So without further ado, let's get into this.
All rise. Superior Court is now in session.
A big decision on Monday that could impact the Fulton County election indictment happening miles away in a Cobb County courtroom. The secretive case of Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade's divorce, secret no more. A judge ordering its unsealing, marking the first time the case has been made public since February of 2022.
There's very specific and stringent processes that the court must follow before a record is withheld from the public, and they were not followed in this case, Judge.
Attorney Ashley Merchant, who represents election indictment defendant Michael Roman, said the case was sealed without a public hearing, invalidating its secrecy. It was Roman's legal team who first floated the allegations of an improper relationship between Wade and his boss, District Attorney Fani Willis, earlier this month. After urging from Willis's attorneys, a judge said he'll wait to hear Wade's deposition in the case before deciding if Willis has to comply with her own subpoena for her testimony in the divorce.
Yeah, so Fanny Pack is supposed to testify. However, the judge is saying, look, we need to hear Mr. Wade and his testimony first, since this is his own divorce case, before they hear Fanny Pack and what she has to say, right? I guess this guy knows more about his own marriage than Fanny Pack does. So we're going to hear what he has to say, and then we'll decide whether or not Fanny Pack needs to speak about this, right? So that's also a part of what the judge had ruled in this case so far.
Wade's bank statements, released on Friday, showed the two traveled together to California and Florida while Wade was acting as special prosecutor. His wife's attorney outside of court said this wasn't an attempt to smear him or Willis or to tamper with the election indictment.
It wouldn't matter who she is and what position she holds. If she's having an affair with my client's husband and he's spending my client's money on that relationship, I'm going to find out about it. And it has nothing to do, in my view, with her being the district attorney of Fulton County.
Yeah, so this is in response to the wacko conspiracy theory that was put forth by Fanny Pack, in which she claims that Jocelyn Wade is working on behalf of the Trump campaign, right? Like, this is a conspiracy from the Trump campaign to sabotage the case, right? That Jocelyn Wade is basically working on behalf of Trump. And that's what's happening here, okay? This is the wacko conspiracy theory that she put out, which tells you everything you need to know, right? She's desperate. She's in church trying to invoke God and to make excuses for her 304 behavior when she should be repenting, right? She should be repenting for her sins, asking for forgiveness, admitting that she was wrong for breaking up this man's marriage. No, she's trying to play the race card. She's throwing out conspiracy theories. She's doing everything except taking responsibility and accountability for what we all know is true, right? I mean, come on, this is 100% true, right? I mean, we can say alleged. I mean, like, yeah, I'm gonna say alleged because I don't want to get sued. But yeah, allegedly this is true, right? But you know, again, I mean, we have receipts, literal bank receipts of this man spending money, flying her out all over the country and out of the country as well too. Which, again, by the way, I just don't understand how $650,000 plus is enough for that, right? I still don't think that's enough for me to be seen in public with her in a romantic relationship and to actually clap the cheeks, like real, like for real, for real. No, No way, right? Not nearly enough money, okay? Not nearly enough money, okay? This man definitely is underselling himself. He's prostituting himself for not enough money to be with Fannie Pack Willis, right? There's just some clients where you got to say, look, man, this is you can't put a price on this, right? I'm just saying it's just not worth it, right? It's just not worth it. And I think she would be one of those clients, right? I'll just keep it all the way 100.
Apologies for the technical difficulties on the front end of that. We also want to state that the next hearing in this case will be on January 31st, so we're not that far away from it. Also, at the state capitol today, legislators there announced a new special investigations committee, and they say their first task will be looking into these alleged allegations of an improper relationship at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. So lots more to go on this. We're in Cobb County tonight. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
All right, so you see now, you heard that. So now, she has people that are calling for her to resign, to step down over this impropriety.
Calls are growing for Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis to step down from the election interference case against former President Trump. I mean, can she do the job with all that's going on? That's the question. She herself is snarled in a messy love triangle, allegedly, and faces calls to resign for paying her alleged lover, Nathan Wade, big money, $650,000, despite him having no experience. She put him on the Trump case, arguably the biggest case of her career, and paid him, and now stuff's happening.
Well, you know, again, according to her own rules that she has for her office, she should step down, right? She should fire herself. She should resign because she said that in her office, in her work environment, you're not going to have supervisors and superiors sleeping around having sexual relationships with the employees, people under them, right? So in this case, I mean, you know, she hired Nathan Wade and, you know, allegedly she's sleeping around with him. She should fire herself, but who knows? I mean, you know, maybe, just maybe she is interpreting this in regards to the sexual relationship in and of itself as, well, Nathan Wade, for the most part, probably 90% of the time is on top of her. So maybe it doesn't count. But, you know, then again, I can't really imagine, you know, Fannie Pack being on top of Nathan Wade because he probably would suffocate, right? So I'm just saying, you know, that's something that's very hard to imagine. So again, maybe her interpretation of her being on top of him or over him is a little bit different than the rules that she's applied to the office, right? But I mean, technically, she's working under him, okay, as her employee. She hired him. So according to her rules, she should fire herself. But like all leftists, leftists don't actually abide by their own rules. The rules are for everybody else, not them.
Here's Trump's attorney.
I think there's a general concern in this country right now, and this sheds light on that, Martha, in that we're appointing these individuals to positions of power where they have access to taxpayer money, and they're selecting cases to become more famous, not do the right thing. And then we see this slew of corruption that eventually comes down, including this story.
Florida Congressman Byron Donalds with this: the Lord did not cause you to stumble into $600,000 in taxpayer money because you're sleeping with the lead prosecutor. There's prosecutorial misconduct. Fani should be removed and disbarred. Steve Harrigan on the story in Marietta, Georgia now. Steve.
Harris, the fight today is over divorce proceedings, whether or not they should be unsealed, and whether that district attorney, Fani Willis, should be forced to be deposed to give testimony in this divorce case. Another hearing coming up next month will look at whether the two behaved improperly and whether they improperly used taxpayer money to take vacations. Many are already beginning to say that the district attorney should step aside.
I think that the case is, if it hasn't gone off the rails already, it's about to. And I don't see anything good coming from her staying in charge of the case at this point. I think a lot good can happen if she steps away. This is obviously a huge distraction.
Yeah, she's definitely going to have to step down, right? 100%. At the very least, because it's a huge distraction, okay? And for her, even if she steps down, let's say that the case, you know, continues or whatever, if she steps down, this is a huge L for her because personally, I think that she should be criminally charged and thrown in jail. Okay, I really think it should go that far with it because clearly this is not something that should be legal. You should not be allowed to hire people to go after your political opponents and then pay them millions of taxpayer dollars for you to personally benefit from that, right? Like that to me is clearly corruption. But again, her whole thing was, I'm going to go after Trump to try to progress my career, right? She was probably thinking about running for higher office. And that is something that you're seeing nowadays is Democrats trying to up their profile by going after Trump. And she was one of those Democrats that were doing this. And all of that now essentially is over, right? It's over for her. She's not going to be able to stay on this case, right? At the very least, she's done, right? She's going to have to step down from this case. And hopefully she suffers more consequences for what she did. And hopefully the case gets dismissed altogether. But if not, at the very least, she has to step down and she won't be able to get the glory and credit of taking down Trump, getting a conviction against Trump. Because again, she has to step down because of her own allegations against her. So again, that's probably at the very least what's going to happen here.
We've already gotten a hint at what might be in those divorce proceedings. On Friday, lawyers for the estranged wife released bank statements that show Nathan Wade bought plane tickets for himself and Willis to go to Miami, to go to San Francisco, to take a Caribbean cruise, and to rent a hotel in Napa Valley, California. Harris, back to you.
Yeah. So with that being said, we got to go to CNN and listen to their lawyer talk about this, because he's going to talk about it from the perspective, a Trump deranged perspective, right? Obviously, of how he's saying that Nathan Wade should actually step down in order to save the prosecution against Trump, because it's becoming too big of a distraction.
Good morning, Poppy. Look, the law of disqualification in Georgia does not require either of them to step aside. It's not a disqualifying event for two prosecutors to have.
The Democrats always pick a boule member as compromise. They can use and manipulate. They knew this lady been sleeping around. They go back to the young thug with Big Nut case, but they said those was rumors, those was allegations. They gave her this job because they knew they can use her. She went too far, so the Republicans broke her.
Relationship.
100% it is. 100%. That, and you're using taxpayer dollars to fund it. Yeah, I mean, this is disqualifying. Like, come on, my guy. Right? Again, the cope here is hilarious. The cope is hilarious.
But the challenge with Mr. Wade remaining on this case is that it's become a distraction from what is one of the most serious alleged conspiracies in American history. Poppy, we all heard that January 2nd, 2021 tape when Donald Trump said to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, just find 11,780 votes that didn't exist.
Again, see, it's the perspective of Trump derangement that this guy is coming from, right? It's the perspective of, well, we need to focus more on that, right? Than the fact that this woman is clearly and obviously corrupt, right? Clearly and obviously corrupt. No. We got to focus more on January 6th, okay? The Trump derangement is more important. Again, fascinating stuff. Even when there's clear corruption from Democrats, right? Right in your face, CNN and their silly lawyers, right? Still find ways to try to cape for Democrats and to try to focus more on Trump than the fact that this woman is engaged in clear and obvious corruption and misuse of taxpayer funds to benefit herself.
That's where the focus needs to be. We need to get the case on track, moving quickly. A trial has been requested for 2024 and not discussing this relationship. Not mandatory, but he should do the right thing.
Wow.
One of the questions here is Wade, this prosecutor, has made more than $650,000 on prosecuting this case so far, paid through Willis's office. It's taxpayer money. Mike Roman, his legal team, one of the co-defendants here, is saying their argument here is that by using that money to buy plane tickets to go on, sort of tropical vacations is not okay. And what they're alleging here is that Willis could possibly be prosecuted herself for honest services fraud or federal racketeering. Do you think that holds any legal water, or is that a stretch?
It's ridiculous, Poppy.
Wow.
Mr. Wade is a former judge. He's an experienced lawyer. He's done a terrific job up until now leading this team. He's had a series of successes. The team he's led has defeated some of the most prominent attorneys in the country in a series of legal battles, secured 4 guilty pleas. He's working at what we call in the legal profession a low bono rate, a reduced hourly rate of $250 an hour. That is nothing unusual. He's worked hard for years. The sum he's earned is not unusual by legal standards. I know it might sound like a lot to average folks. And people are allowed to have relationships. Prosecutors can do that. They can travel together. No. That's silly. The law does not support it.
Okay.
I don't even know if this CNN reporter believes that, right? I don't even know if she believes that. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. I don't know, man. I'm not a lawyer. I have no clue. All I'm saying is that to me, I'm trying to figure out why is this okay, right? Like, if this is not illegal, then what is, right? I mean, she quite literally hired her lover, okay, to go after her political opponent, paid him more than everybody else, and then used the money to go on trips. At the very least, you would think that all of this would be something that ethically just wouldn't be allowed, period. I mean, she's in a secret relationship with the guy, right? That nobody knew about until this whistleblower, the Trump defendant, came out and exposed it to the public. And turns out this is true, right? This is what's happening. Okay, I think at the very least, the public should know that, hey, these two are in a relationship. That's not information that we knew, right? We didn't know that they was in a relationship, going on vacations with this guy on taxpayer dime. Nobody knew of this information until it just got revealed. And if it's okay, then why be in a secret relationship, right? Why keep it a secret? Okay, if this is all totally fine and totally good, why keep it a secret? But hey, who knows? Maybe, just maybe, okay, under Georgia law, it doesn't disqualify her. Maybe it doesn't. I've read some articles that argue that it doesn't. I would argue personally that, you know, Fani Willis may be committing fraud. I mean, they're taking trips all over the globe, okay? And to me, it seems like some money laundering is going on because Fani is paying this guy taxpayer funds, and then they're going on trips together, and this dude's probably billing taxpayers for the hours that he's spending with Fani Pack Willis, clapping her cheeks, right, and getting paid to do it. Okay, I mean, again, this is money laundering. This is fraud. This is what I think that it is, right? So I'm just saying, I think Fani Pack Willis should go to jail. But you know what's funny about this, though? This is the difference between Democrats and Republicans. None of the things that Trump did are really against the law, but what Democrats have done is that they've essentially tried to interpret the law in a way to try to make it seem like, oh, yeah, well, Trump broke the law, right? Like, for example, when you talk about the 14th Amendment and the insurrection clause, Trump wasn't charged with the act of insurrection, but they're still trying to say he committed insurrection and pull off the ballot anyways, right? If you look at his RICO charge from Fani Willis, I mean, it's a stretch, okay? This is something that she's using to go after Trump that, you know, really is an uncharted legal territory, but yet she's doing it anyways, right? A Republican's going to do the same thing back to Fani Pack Willis, right? And try to stretch the law and interpret the law in whatever way they can to go after her, to make her stand trial, right? That's the question. That's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. They don't care if the law, the way that it has been interpreted in the past, actually applies. No. They're going to have a new interpretation, right? And then they're going to try to apply it to their political opponents and go after them. That's what they're doing to Trump in every single last one of his cases. Are Republicans going to do it back to Fani Pack Willis? That's the real question. That's what we really should be asking. We should be demanding from the Republican Party to do, right? I'm so serious. Let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly,
Congressman and Democratic candidate for president Dean Phillips exploded on mainstream journalists while in New Hampshire this week, saying Donald Trump is the only politician listening to Americans right now.
I've said this 18,000 times. I'm only doing this to defeat Donald Trump. Nobody seems to want to do that in the Democratic Party right now, other than me, because Joe Biden can't, is my proposition, because the data says he can't. No one in the country right now cares. In fact, most of the people in the country are going to the Trump rally right now because he's listening to them. No one's asking about this stuff. I'm just frustrated. I hope you understand why I'm getting tired of it. You're doing your jobs, but you're not asking the questions that Americans give a shit about.
Now, in case you forgot, President Joe Biden will not appear on the Granite State's ballot today after he pushed the DNC to move the party's first primary to South Carolina. Even though the president's allies are encouraging voters to write him in, Democrats are worried that he could be embarrassed by high turnout for Phillips or Williamson.
What does success look like for them? How are they defining that?
I would say that the Biden campaign is lowering expectations about what's going to happen here, but they're really just ignoring what's going to happen here.
Are they giving a number at all?
Well, privately, they'll point to the fact that there are so few precedents for this. They'll look at maybe Lisa Murkowski running as a write-in candidate, but that was a general election. You had a Democratic nominee, a Republican nominee, and a write-in. So there really is no blueprint. What would be, I think, the danger zone when you talk to Democrats here who've seen many, many, many primaries, they're nervous about this because of what happened in 1968. Lyndon Johnson did not put himself on the ballot. Eugene McCarthy got 40% of the vote. That was a surprising showing for a challenger. And even though Lyndon Johnson won the primary, he was out of the race 3 weeks later. And so when a lot of Democrats are nervous about President Biden, whether he's strong enough to lead the ticket again, a disappointing showing of less than 50% here might be a problem for the Biden campaign.
Less than 50.
Now, as I mentioned, Biden is even in danger of losing to Marianne Williamson.
You look at the fact that he is the only sort of elected Democrat who's running. Marianne Williamson is also here in the state campaigning. I think he needs to finish ahead of her to be sure. And a lot of people here I've been talking to say she might actually beat him.
Now, both Williamson and Phillips made their final pitches to New Hampshire voters last night.
We're going to offer tuition-free college and tech school, Medicare for all, subsidized childcare, tuition-free college, and a guaranteed living wage, a guaranteed sick pay. We're going to turn a war economy into a peace economy. We're going to turn the scourge of addiction into the gift of recovery. And we're going to turn a dirty economy into a clean economy. There has been a 50-year war on the middle class and the poor in the United States. I'm Marianne Williamson. We're going to end that war. I'm going to make sure of it.
So much work we have to do. We have to protect Social Security for those who are retired and have earned it, not just protect it, but enhance it. So that's what America's all about. But are we going to be able to achieve any of these things with the dysfunction and, frankly, the current candidates at the top of the tickets? No. That's why I'm running for president. I know how to do this. I'm the second most bipartisan member of the entire U.S. Congress. I came from the business world, where you could never succeed by demeaning, endangering half of your customers. You actually do the opposite. You invite people, you listen to them, you learn them, you welcome them. That's what I'm going to do as president.
Now, that might be some of the first and only coverage you've seen of the Democratic primary candidates that are on the ballot in New Hampshire, because the Democratic Party and their media apparatus has been insisting that there's nothing to see here. There will be no primary. This is not the primary you were looking for.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible, especially given all the discernible, measurable frustration with Joe Biden in his own among his own voters. At the top, that doesn't exist. They said, well, he's entitled to it. He is an incumbent president. Of course, he's going to run for re-election. It should be his. Okay, let him fight for it and triumph easily. If there's no real dissent, then he can win in it. He'll have an easier time of it in theory, on paper, if their argument's correct, than he even did last time around when he won the nomination. But they don't even want to have that test. There's no reason for it. There's no reason to think it would make him a weaker or less effective candidate to get a little bit of practice going up against in a debate and in an actual measured election, going up against the people who oppose him. One from the left and one from to a more centrist place, maybe you could argue, than him. and see how that shakes out. I think it would be a very healthy exercise to sharpen him a little bit. He's trying to run the same campaign he did in the midst of COVID, where he could just hide in the basement, and that worked because everyone was so scared and frustrated about the state of the world and a little fed up with Trump at the time. People seem less fed up with him now, what they're fed up with is Joe Biden.
And you're hearing even Dean Phillips express frustration. He was responding to reporters asking him what he thought were silly, goofy questions, and that's what provoked the blow-up, saying, hey, the only person who seems to be taking voters seriously, taking the idea that voters are demanding something of their politicians seriously, is in the next 10 over with Donald Trump. And I do think he's putting his finger on something there, which is that, hearing Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson just give those final pitches was a reminder to me that, oh gosh, I guess the Democratic Party does stand for a couple of things, but we haven't heard anything about those issues, whether it's kitchen table issues, whether it's protecting Social Security, which is a bipartisan issue at this point. All of these things down the line, we're getting no airing out of those priorities because there is no Democratic primary, and certainly those are not issues that are being discussed among Republicans. So Republicans are getting a free pass right now with this presumption that they must be with the people, with the majorities of Americans on some of these issues that they absolutely are not populist about, because Democrats have no venue, no opportunity, no platform to really say, this is what we're getting out of our party. And that's the kind of information that comes out when you have a primary contest. And that's what Joe Biden is denying the public and frankly denying the Democratic Party by refusing to participate.
And everyone's letting him get away with that at the top. His people, think of Simone Sanders on MSNBC, all of the rest saying there will be no primary, definitively, endorsing this behavior. At the same time, they're saying that democracy itself is at stake. Trump represents the apiothesis of, did I use that word correctly? Apiothesis of democracy. Apotheosis, thank you. And that they can't, you can't, we won't have a country anymore unless he's defeated. And you can point to, non-democratic things he's doing as well. I wish he had participated in the debates. He said, I'm not going to participate in the debates. I absolutely refuse to. I think that would have been great.
New Hampshire of their first in the nation primary spot, which I think it's all silly. We should all have one voting day and get rid of all of this nonsense.
Biden did.
Sorry, Biden did.
Trump did that.
Sorry, but that's the point I'm trying to make, that Biden really just doesn't have any credibility when it comes to undemocratic maneuvers to try to ensure his place at the top of the Democratic Party ticket. I'm sorry, and New Hampshire voters, I know that they're not representative of all the voters in the country.
Well, they're more representative than Iowa voters.
Sure. But to do that in particular to them when they are this more kind of live free or die-ish kind of a state, more independent.
My people are overrepresented in New Hampshire.
Right. I mean, it just really is a thumb in the eye of the public there. And I wonder if it will hurt him in the longer term. You heard, I thought it was so interesting to me to see that clip from MSNBC where you hear the pundit saying, they're trying to lower expectations because there could be a very bad outcome for Biden in this state. Now, he doesn't have to lose for it to look bad and to create a media cycle where suddenly everyone's forced to pay attention to Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips. And this is not a state that has exactly thrown its arms around Biden in the past. In 2020, I will remind everyone every day until the day I die that Joe Biden came in 5th place in the Democratic primary.
Yeah. The question becomes, if his showing is really bad, does that create any pressure to, I don't think to change who the nominee is, but to have him participate in some future kind of debates or anything with the other candidates?
I mean, frankly, I'm doubtful, but I will say this. Marianne Williamson doesn't have the financial resources that Dean Phillips has as a multimillionaire, maybe even a billionaire. And Dean Phillips has pledged to stay into the convention. He's really playing the long game. Now, he could, be lying. I mean, people can change their minds or whatever. But what he has said is that he is basically going to sit there in the wings just in case.
They could make him an offer. He
right, or things
like Secretary of Commerce or something.
Right, but I do think that the same way that people have these concerns about whether Trump is going to cross the finish line because of his legal woes, people do have ongoing and growing concerns about Joe Biden's health and cognitive fitness. And if those continue to germinate over the course of the summer, Dean Phillips wants to be in the position to say, hey, I'm ready to go. And an opportunity, some success in New Hampshire, getting a little bit more in front of the public, getting just a little bit of media attention could help set him up as a legitimate alternative for Joe Biden if he's unable to fulfill the job.
In this story from the Post Millennial, Teen Vogue says Biden and Democrats are losing Gen Z support, claims they may not vote at all. I'm sure all the Republicans would absolutely accept either they don't vote or they vote for Trump. And then we have this from Vox.com. What Democrats panic over young voters misses. Okay, sure, whatever. The point is, even Vox is acknowledging Democrats are starting to freak out because more and more polls are coming out that somehow a 77-year-old Republican white man has garnered majority support among the youth vote.
Believe it.
It has been throughout my life. The youth vote is always a bunch of naive young Democrats.
That's how we got Obama.
Yeah, Obama's like, you vote for me, I'm going to not blow kids up. And then I was like, okay, sounds good to me. And then he's like, and then as soon as he got in, he was like, it's like, blow them up. Too many of them.
I can believe it. It's super believable because I just see a lot of the young kids, their whole culture is like based. Like I see a lot of them, just the most average kid, they like being base, and being base is kind of like being what conservatives would consider like, not unhinged, but they really don't give a F about what they say.
Yeah.
It's the most off the wall things that's considered base liberals would not approve of. And majority of the youth like base culture.
There's this video of a young woman where she's like looking in the mirror, holding up her phone. And she's talking about how like, oh, you got offended because I said something. Well, that's too effing bad.
I love that you shared that.
Yeah. It's like it went viral. Young kids are seeing that kind of content mocking the woke going viral.
Yes.
They want to get followers.
You're right.
I watched one video where some of it's super cringe. I'm sorry, guys. I get it. You're young. You're trying to find your shtick. And it's like this one dude, every single video is him sitting in his car screaming.
I like that guy. And he sounds like Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah. He's just like, why is it that all my... And I'm like,
funny.
okay, like, I get it. It's like he's people are trying to... So
Wait, do you mean the guy that sounds like Gilbert Gottfried?
It might be, I don't know. But it's like a younger guy.
Yeah.
They're all trying to find their shtick. And so he does this thing where he's like, why is everything so expensive?
Yeah,
What's happening? And he's like, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. And I'm like, you're a Republican. The moment you say, I am not a Republican or a Democrat, you're a Republican. Those are the rules. I didn't make them up.
Unless you're Oliver Anthony, and then you're just irrelevant all of a sudden.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Right? Talk about one hit wonder.
Well, he actually had a handful of really great songs.
Yeah, I mean, they were not bad songs.
I think the issue with him, and he's probably still enjoying a lot of success. Look, just because, the one song was the biggest song in the world at the time, he found his stable base of support, and you just don't see him because you're not a country music folk fan.
And he had like a baby
But-
and stuff too, right? Like he might not be as
Sure,
active.
but I will say this. He was really just a regular guy who did not understand that when he came out saying like, I'm not, political, he was telling all of the people who promoted him, back off.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
We all backed off for sure.
Well, also,
good luck.
Democrats are always like, I am progressive, I am a feminist. Like they want you to know what their labels are, whereas it's
Because they have
everyone
to
else
be
who's like,
activists for their
Yeah.
whole every aspect of their lives.
and they wear it as their whole identity, right?
Right.
Whereas like you think for yourself, you might lean sort of conservative, you might think of yourself as a libertarian. Like if you have to look at me and say like, oh, well, I'm not either one, then you're already not in the pool of people
Yeah.
who probably hate you.
Well, and the thing too with oh, you were going to say something, Dom. I'm
I
sorry.
was just going to say, I think these polls kind of also exemplify the amount of propaganda that Democrats push out, because in the summer of 2023, I don't know if you remember, one of the main things they were pushing in their campaigns was Joe Biden had a lot of the Gen Z behind him. He was hiring a lot of Democrat influencers as well, like Harry Sisson and other young ones, Chris Maury, and like this black guy. So it was like 8 young influencers came out of nowhere in the summer. All of them had the same message, almost copy and paste, say, Gen Z loves Joe Biden. Gen Z loves Joe Biden. They would do it about 2 times every 3 days. And they just started to vanish off. You can see that their audience has just withered away. So I can definitely see they were pushing that propaganda super hard because they probably had these numbers before the general public.
Right. Like Sisson is just gone. I haven't seen that guy.
Yeah.
post
And it's
anything.
just so much. It's just propaganda. And it was, they were huge when they came out.
Right. Yeah.
And it seems like, okay, maybe Biden do have Gen Z. And it just shows, I mean, I think these polls just a few months after the summer should just show people to give it some time over anything that
But
Democrats say.
You think Biden was basically trying to convince Gen
He was
Z
trying to
that they
convince
were
them because
supporting
I think they had those numbers. I think with the resources that Biden has, he was tipped off that, hey, it ain't looking good
So they're
for
trying
Gen
to
Z.
like turn the ship.
And that's where they brought Harry and all the other propaganda, and it still didn't work. He was getting ratioed nonstop. It was sad. And
some of it has to do with
I got
the Gaza thing.
Trump is one of the most punk rock presidents we've had in a really long time. And what I mean by that is clearly he is not punk rock in the pure sense of what punk rock is. What I mean is the fact that he's willing to insult people on TV, make fun of people for being fat. He's punk rock in the sense of screw you. You know, what's really funny?
Base. That's what they'll
Base,
say.
right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Go back to 1990. Donald Trump is the embodiment of F you, I won't do what you tell me. And rage on behalf of the machine has become the F you, you better do what we tell you. So I kind of imagine if you're a young person and you had all these people telling you to be woke or else, and then Donald Trump is laughing and just pointing at the fat kid and making fun of him, you're like, that's fun.
Yeah.
Silly, irreverent. I can do what I want to do. Leave me alone.
Democrats somehow has created their own problem. It's sad, just through censorship and the forcing of all of the ideologies. It just isn't natural. These kids, they got common sense.
I'm just
and
imagining.
they hate it. Like their teachers push this stuff.
Yeah.
When you have
Right.
teachers
Kids going to be kids. It's funny.
pride ribbons on everybody, and teachers saying like, "Let's all discuss our pronouns."
And you can't joke about it. Like, imagine being a kid that can't joke about that. That's crazy.
Fastest way to make it uncool. Kids don't think that what their teachers want to do is cool.
No.
You know, like my
It's
son
like-
came home
And
with
they
some
don't want
stupid
anyone
assignment
to-
about how you have to. The assignment was to do a biography of a scientist that was not white or male.
What? Oh,
And he
for
was
real?
like-
That's real?
He was like, white male, that's who we're doing.
And I was like, "What the hell is this?"
crazy.
And he was like, "I don't know, Mom. This is so stupid."
Wait,
I was
in
like,
New York or West Virginia?
West Virginia, Tim.
I've been saying, Cassandra's been warning about this.
Mhm.
This is why it's so important what we're trying to do with West Virginia and Martinsburg, because these woke leftists it's a cult, and they move in, lie about their views, get elected to positions, and then start injecting this stuff into the schools.
That's right. There was another thing that happened a little bit before winter break where a group came in to talk about suicide prevention and started handing out the number for the Trevor Project. The Trevor Project, which is like, we're going to trans your kids. Yay. You know, that's their whole
Because
jam.
that's who they think is committing
my
suicide when
goodness.
actually it's young white males who are
Right.
committing suicide, right?
Right,
The
exactly.
group that the Trevor Project
Exactly.
probably wants to isolate or alter, fundamentally. I
Right.
think that's the craziest thing. We can acknowledge that suicide is a huge problem, but when you look at the numbers, they don't want to talk about who's actually committing suicide, and that's
right.
sad.
And
right?
it is, it is, and it is mostly like young men, and it's terrifying because, we need our young men.
Yeah.
I find it extremely concerning that the Democratic audience don't really talk about the suicide rates of transgenders when they are the main people that enable them. I mean, you would think they would care about all aspects of their health.
Well, this is one of the most important things that I think needs to be talked about in the whole issue of the gender ideology stuff. The first thing I'll say is with the news being Sean Strickland, what the woke left has done, Pink News, for instance, they said that Sean Strickland said being trans is an infection. He quite literally didn't. He said the weak man who is an ally is an infection. He didn't say anything about trans people. He was actually talking about the journalist. But the issue I see is what I was saying earlier is I got no issue with trans people. I have an issue with people who are pushing people towards dangerous medical practices, or pseudo medical practices, which can result in a loss of life. So, for instance, when we had Lance from the Surfs on, I said that I believe there is a trans genocide, and it's the left that is pushing it. And I stand by that. They're trying to sterilize, or the things they're offering up to trans people to a great degree, sterilize them, and that will prevent them from having children. Genocide doesn't just mean you go and you kill a bunch of people. One component of genocide would be to sterilize them, mass sterilization and eugenics. And so what's happening now is you have a young person who's suffering gender dysphoria, and they immediately jump to, let's give them irreversible drugs and surgery, which will prevent them from having families in the future. It seems like some issue, like for whatever reason they want to do this, maybe it's because they're misguided, maybe it's because they're evil. But as you referenced suicide, the point I made was if the suicide rate of trans individuals suffering from gender dysphoria is around 48%, I believe, right? Was that the number? 40 to 50%. But the desistance rate at best for trans children is 65%. It could be as high as like 95% or whatever. That would mean that Democrats are increasing the probability of suicide in children, because if you leave the child alone, there's a 2-to-1 chance they desist and puberty cures them of their dysphoria. They then push them to transition, giving them a 50-50 chance of dying, which means the greater chance of survival is leave them alone. This is according to the studies that are available right now from the major academic institutions. Why then are they pushing it? I think they're evil.
And they make money off of it, right? It's more effective to have someone who's suffering and dependent on the medical system. I think ultimately it's they
Create
need
new victims.
Right. And if like we're talking about teenagers being defiant. So if you're a teenager who goes through surgery, who goes through whatever, your body's permanently disfigured. Some might come out and say like, no, this is wrong. But a lot of them will just suffer, but then also feel threatened and say like, no, you guys don't understand. I just have to keep trying, have to keep pushing. It becomes this thing. And they are trying to build people who will eventually support this movement because they know that to admit that they were wrong is ultimately to say that they have made the worst decision someone could make.
And admit you wrong. I mean, the opposite. It's the opposite of submission. Is not even admitting it. So.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. Extra amazing because it's a bro show. It's great to see you, Ryan.
Indeed we do.
Fist pump. That's right. Indeed we do. Gosh, I got to set up these topics. This is always so difficult. It's Crystal's job. So we're going to talk about
See if you
the
get through
GOP primary. All right, we can start off there. It's very similar to yesterday's show. Today is actually the New Hampshire primary. The first 6 votes have already been cast, all for Nikki Haley. But don't worry, it's in a very, very tiny little town. There are more reporters there than actual voters. We'll also talk about the Democratic primary, some weird stuff going on. I'm curious to get your insight. It appears that there's some phantom Biden effort to try and quash votes there. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson, everybody's closing pitch. We've got some of the ads and everything. We've got actually a guest who's going to be joining us in the show. This is one of those organizers for the write-in ceasefire. So we will see how that goes, how that materializes. We've also got predictions. I forgot about that. Crystal actually sent us her predictions, and Ryan and I will give ours as well on how we think that the night is going to go in the GOP primary. There are some major developments in the Trump legal front in terms of that divorce case involving Fani Willis and some of the other things that we're learning about that. Trump truly is the luckiest man alive, Ryan. On Israel, some crazy news just happening, breaking overnight. 21 IDF soldiers died in a single incident in combat. It's the deadliest incident so far for the IDF. That comes amidst a new ceasefire proposal from the Israeli government, as well as a new U.S. military assessment on how Israel appears to be losing the war, and that's according to our strategist. Finally, and of course, Bill Ackman returns to the show. I mean, at least in terms of topics, we're going to talk about some campus censorship stuff and a very insane incident at Columbia University. Before we get to the show, though, do not forget we got an election special that's going on right now, 25% off on our yearly membership, breakingpoints.com. Also, in terms of planning, so here's what we're going to have. We are going to have a breaking segment tonight after we get the results of the New Hampshire primary. And tomorrow we will have a special Breaking Points Counterpoints crossover event where I will be joining the Counterpoints team here in the studio, and we will have Crystal joining us remotely before we have our normal Thursday show. So all of your election coverage, you guys are helping us out with breakingpoints.com, again, to become a premium member. But let's go ahead and begin with the GOP primary. So what exactly can we expect from tonight? We thought it would be prudent, as always, to give people a preview of the closing pitch to New Hampshire voters. First, we're going to listen to the frontrunner, Donald Trump. This is his last ad in the state of New Hampshire. Let's take a listen.
Americans were promised a secure retirement. Nikki Haley's plan ends that.
Social Security, Medicare, how would you manage the entitlements?
We say the rules have changed. We changed
smart.
retirement age to reflect life expectancy. What we do know is 65.
Now, this is very smart because remember, Democrats are voting in New Hampshire where Nikki Haley been talking about cutting Social Security. Ooh, that's the golden goose for seniors in the Democratic Party. They won't have that. Trump exposed her talking about cutting Social Security.
Is way too low, and we need to increase that.
Haley's plan cuts Social Security benefits for 82% of Americans. Trump will never let that happen. I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this
Brilliant.
message.
Very interesting tactic there, Ryan. We're going to get into some polling, but it appears to have worked. It's also just, sometimes we don't marvel enough at the fact that the GOP frontrunners
I said this before. A lot of Democrats, a lot of civil rights Democrats, black Democrats, the reason they vote for the Democrats is because of the Social Security. They scare the hell out of them. The Republicans don't take your Social Security, so no matter what you tell them, you could tell them the Democrats is the Ku Klux Klan. If they're not cutting the Social Security, they'll right there just deal with the Ku Klux Klan. If the Republicans stop talking about cutting Social fucking Security, that's going to help. See, Trump must have got that message. So now he exposing Nikki Haley. That's very good.
Attacking somebody else for wanting to cut Social Security. That actually is pretty crazy.
In 2016, it was one of the things that had people on the left so intrigued by this Republican primary because we had all seen the polling for many years and done the reporting that the center, the center right, the center left, and the right had been trying to cut Social Security and Medicare for a generation. It broke the Bush presidency when he tried to do it. And despite having all of the power in Washington, they just couldn't do it because the public was so against it. That was obvious. Trump is good at recognizing what the public is for and against.
Yes.
They are not for cuts to Social Security and Medicare. Nikki Haley apparently not so good at that. And she can just use a clip of her saying that she's going to make people's lives worse.
Right. I mean, we played it here. We showed it to our focus group as well. It didn't play over well with our New Hampshire GOP focus group. If you guys will recall, that was one of the first focus groups we ever did here at Breaking Points. Nikki Haley has a Defending Democracy super PAC running ads on her behalf. So we wanted to give people a taste of what the anti-Trump position looks like in New Hampshire. Here's the ad that they have on the airwaves.
A new poll shows Nikki Haley is now within striking distance of Trump heading into the New Hampshire primary.
One state can prevent Trump from winning the nomination, New Hampshire. One candidate can defeat it, Nikki Haley. Most Granite Staters want to defeat Trump, but he'll win unless voters stand firm behind a single alternative. That's why undeclared voters must go to their polling place on January 23rd to support Haley. New Hampshire, we can't waste this opportunity to defeat Trump. Defending Democracy Together is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Defending Democracy being one of those Bill Kristol groups. The problem for Nikki Haley, Ryan, is that in general, she's surging amongst independents and amongst Democrats. If you want a perfect example of this, CNN actually was going around doing interviews at a recent Nikki Haley interview. Here's what her own voters had to say on whether they would vote for Trump or Biden. Plot twist, a lot of them are saying Biden. Let's take a listen.
Versus Biden, what are you going to do?
That really puts me in a quandary. I frankly am more scared of another Trump term than another Biden term.
Low voted for him twice. I don't know that I could, in good conscience, vote for him again. I mean, he does things that we teach our children not to do.
I would probably end up either voting for myself as a protest or for Biden.
Probably end up voting for myself or for Biden. I'm pretty sure that lady's probably going to vote for Biden.
She's younger.
Yeah, no shade at all. That's totally rational position. But, you just got to be honest that a lot of those people, is it really even fair to call them Republicans anymore? And this is not a personal dispersion. It's just like, look, that's what a realignment looks like. That's how Biden was able to win many GOP counties back in 2020 in that election. It was specifically because of these former Trump voters, largely white, largely college educated, people who previously would have voted for John McCain, Mitt Romney, in some cases lifelong Republicans, but for Trump it was just too much. The flip side of this is that Trump also brings out a hell of a lot of non-college educated white voters who they would never vote for anybody else. In some cases, never voted in 20, 30 years. Right. So it's the flip side of that coin as well.
But also, this is not the NFL playoffs. This is not single elimination.
Yeah.
Like Haley can beat Trump in New Hampshire.
Yes.
And he's still going to romp everywhere else in the country. Obviously. So this line that they have in the ad that says one state can stop Donald Trump, that's actually not how it works.
Yeah, it's just not true at all.
She can romp there tonight. Right. And it won't actually matter.
And I don't even think
she's not going to romp.
That's Well, save the prediction. Okay. Save the prediction. We do have another funny clip just came across the radar. I had to play this just to give you guys an idea of like how Trump voters and others have a deep enmity for Nikki Haley. This was an incident actually on her final day of campaigning yesterday in New Hampshire. A man shouts out, "Will you marry me?" Nikki says, "Well, are you going to vote for me?" And he goes, "No, I'm going to vote for Trump." And she's like, "All right, get out of here." Let's take a listen.
But you know what? We've got a lot on the line here. We really do. And you look at what's happening in this election. Yes. Are you going to vote for me? Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Nuptials are off.
Yeah, nuptials apparently are off. Oh, well, some interesting questions around that, but we won't get into it today. In terms of the polling in all of that, this is one where actually the Washington Post just came out with a new Monmouth poll, which is really worth digging into because it gives us a deep insight, not only into Nikki Haley and her alleged skyrocketing, but some of the group by group polling. So guys, if we can please put this up there, and Ryan, just chime in for anything that you see. The reason this is useful is it shows the November 2023 number. Now, note this. While Nikki Haley has gone from 18 to 34% since November, Trump has gone from 46 to 52. DeSantis allegedly 7 to 8. Remember, he just dropped out of the race. Chris Christie was at 11. Now, obviously, he's at 1. It's pretty clear that Chris Christie voters largely have crossed over to Nikki Haley, and that's what helps us consolidate her. The DeSantis number, we just don't know. We don't have any idea. The poll was conducted around the same time that DeSantis was actually dropping out of the race, the very last day that they were doing it. So it's not, exactly clear to us where those people are going to go. But let's say that we split the difference and we go Trump and Haley. Yeah, that would put Nikki Haley at 37, but that still puts Trump at some 55, which is just such an incredibly dominant position. The next one, though, is the true money, because how different groups of New Hampshire Republicans plan on voting. And they actually have a head-to-head here of Trump and Nikki Haley. So, for example, New Hampshire potential GOP primary voters are all 52%, as we just said. Registered Republicans, this is a very clear number, 64% Trump, 22% Haley. Registered undeclared, 38% Trump, 48% Haley. So she's winning there amongst those undeclared voters. Extremely motivated to vote. That seems like a category I would want. 58% Trump, 30% Haley. No college degree, 60-27. College graduates, here's another big flag. 39% Trump, 43% Haley. Very conservative, Trump 78. Somewhat conservative, Trump 57. Moderate liberal, Trump 29, Nikki Haley 56. Are you noticing a trend here? And then also amongst those who believe that Biden won due to fraud, 82% Trump, 6% Haley. Biden won fairly, 14% Trump, 71% Haley. Abortion should be legal in all cases, 38% Trump, 49% Haley. And then finally, abortion should be illegal in all cases, 72-14. What do you make of all this, Ryan? To me, it's just such an obvious clash.
Yeah, I mean, Haley's got the people that we understand as never Trumpers. Right. These are suburban voters who are just appalled by Trump. They're more moderate. They're a little wealthier. They went to college. They have been gravitating towards the Democratic Party. A lot of these, for whatever reason, are the ones who are lagging behind in the realignment. But that's who they are. Yep. And yeah, they don't like Trump. And so what Haley has been doing is that she has been consolidating the support of those never Trump type voters, but she has not been peeling any support away from Trump, which is the key.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a problem for her. And then let's put the final slide, please, guys, up there on the screen. And what we can see here is Trump has a big advantage over Haley in trust to handle immigration and the economy. Those are important because those are the two most important issues for Republican voters. So, for example, on immigration policy, you can see that 62% say Trump, 26% say Nikki Haley. On economic policy, you've got 58 Trump, 29 Nikki Haley. Foreign policy, it's 57 Trump, 32 Nikki Haley. Abortion is actually the only one where there's a little bit of a split, only 40% Trump, but obviously still got the plurality there. Something interesting that was flagged to me, Ryan, was that the economy numbers actually were a big one for Trump, that he was actually consolidated over time. And the reason why is those Social Security ads that he's been running. Those Social Security ads have just been killing Nikki Haley with a lot of older GOP voters, people who, we had that one woman in the ad, she said, I may vote for myself or vote for Biden, but people make that age group, especially 60 plus. And remember, this is the vast majority of the people are going to vote in the primary and frankly in the election too. So you always got to wrap your head around that. And in that, what do we see? Trump domination. That Social Security policy might be the single most popular thing that he actually believes in this primary, and a very hidden part of the media. Media wants to talk about abortion and stop the steal. Obviously, very important issues, big in 2022. But Social Security pretty important too. We don't focus enough on it.
The media hates Social Security. They like the media class, like the owners, top editors in general, are the ones who believe in their heart of hearts that Washington spends too much money and we need to get our deficit under control. We watched that circus all throughout the Obama administration, all these different efforts to cut a grand bargain where you're going to raise taxes and you're going to cut Social Security and Medicare and you're going to make the CBO numbers look better.
Good point.
And people hate that stuff. I think a lot of wealthy people in Washington they're kind of glad that they're going to have Social Security down the line. But they think of it as like gravy, like it's their IRAs, their 401ks, and their kind of generational wealth, which is going to take care of them in their retirement. That's not the case for most Americans. Most Americans believe that accurately that they paid into Medicare and Social Security, and they're relying on it in retirement. So the idea that you're going to make them work longer and get fewer benefits, is just infuriating.
Yes. I mean, no, you're absolutely right. And that's part of the problem that we see overall. Now, finally, let's just put the RCP numbers up there. What we've got is Real Clear Politics shows Trump at 15 points leading currently in the RCP average. You've got the overall that you can see in almost there's not a single poll, Ryan, that we can see from the last couple of days that doesn't show Trump at least at 50%, with over 50% in many of those. And obviously that still does not even factor in the DeSantis number. So look, if Trump wins by 60, I mean, that's just one of those where not only is it not outside the realm of possibility, I would actually consider it, relatively likely. I'm not quite sure, what exactly she's doing here. And this is her last stand, I guess you could say.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is an update with the U.S. Supreme Court. We are covering what's going on with the migrant crisis. Now, the Biden administration took issue with the state of Texas, the state that I'm in, and because Greg Abbott, the governor, had put razor wire and erected fencing so he can deter migrants from just coming into Texas without any kind of barrier. They just come in, do whatever they want to do, right? So the Biden administration had, was making threats to Texas, saying about fines, and they could put charges on them, but they went to the Supreme Court talking about it was an emergency. He needed that, right? So the Border Patrol can start cutting the razor wire to keep people out the country who are not coming into the country in legal means. So let's go ahead and go through this, and we got a lot of things we need to talk about with this today. So it's a divided Supreme Court today allowed Border Patrol agents to resume cutting, for now, razor wire that Texas installed along a stretch of the U.S.-Mexico border that is at the center of an escalating standoff between the Biden administration and the state over immigration enforcement. There is no immigration enforcement because there was a number that came out, said last year, 2.5 million people crossed the border. I'm going to repeat that again. 2.5 million people, not 2,500 people, not 25,000, 2.5 million people. None of this was going on during the Trump administration. Even someone I know personally on the border told me this stuff started day one of the Biden administration when he got rid of Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. Also, Title 42 blocked a lot of people from coming in. He couldn't wait for that to end. You understand? As a president, you're supposed to be securing the homeland, and he's not doing it. I told y'all just my thought process. The Democrats must be getting paid for this. They must be getting paid because too many of y'all have been demanding a livable wage, and these corporations, they don't want to pay a livable wage. So they say, well, that's who's going to work the jobs for not a livable wage. But let's continue. They say the 5-4 vote clears the pathway. They say for Border Patrol agents to cut or clear out concertina wire, or better known as razor wire. They said that Texas had put along the banks of the Rio Grande to deter migrants from entering the U.S. illegally. Not entering the U.S. legally, not legal entry, illegal entry. I just want to make sure we emphasize that. Some illegal migrants have been injured by the sharp wire, and the Justice Department has argued the barrier impedes the U.S. government's ability to patrol the border, including coming to the aid of illegal migrants in need of help. They say none of the justices provided any explanation for their vote. The one-page order, is a victory for the Biden administration, while the lawsuit continues, over the wire. Now, okay. I want y'all to pay attention to this. We're in an election year. This is a victory for the Biden administration, not fixing the economy, not fixing inflation, not getting in control of rent prices, not stopping these hedge funds and major corporations from buying up all the single family homes where people would never be able to obtain a home because they just want people to rent forever and gouge them on rent. Not any victory in those instances. No victories on homelessness in America. No victories on any of that. But his victory is the Supreme Court saying you can cut the razor wire so you can continue your agenda of open borders. This is a win for the Biden administration. I want you people who are going to vote this year to pay attention to where his priorities are. Now, I said Texas Governor Greg Abbott had authorized the wire. It's one of the series, they say, alleged aggressive measures the three-term Republican has taken on the border in the name of curbing illegal crossings from Mexico. They say a spokesman said the absence of razor wire and other deterrents encourages migrants to risk unsafe crossings and make the job of Texas border personnel more difficult. That is 2,000% correct. They continue to say this case is ongoing and Governor Abbott will continue fighting to defend Texas. It's a property and a constitutional authority to secure the border, according to his spokesperson. It said a spokesperson for the U.S. Customs and Border Protection did not immediately return a message seeking comment on Monday. As a federal appeals court last month had forced federal agents to stop cutting the razor wire. Now, say the razor wire stretches for roughly 30 miles near the border city of Eagle Pass, where earlier this month, the Texas Military Department seized control of the city-owned park and began denying access to Border Patrol agents. Now, say Eagle Park has become one of the busiest spots on the southern U.S. border for migrant illegal crossings from Mexico. So Abbott has said Texas won't allow Border Patrol agents in the Shelby Park anymore, having expressed frustration of what he says are migrants illegally entering through Eagle Pass and then federal agents loading them onto buses. Abbott has also authorized installing floating barriers in the Rio Grande near Eagle Pass and allowed troopers to arrest and jail thousands of migrants on trespassing charges. The administration is also challenging those actions in court. So the Biden administration is a victory for him today, whether you can cut the razor wire to let people come in free flow. He's also, on top of that, challenging Greg Abbott from Texas troopers from arresting them who crossed over into the country illegally, which is a crime in every civilized nation in the world, crossing into their country illegally. You think you're not going to get arrested? Most countries will arrest you for crossing illegally into their country, but not with the current administration. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. We are in an election year. Now, to some of you people who says, I'm voting Biden, how do you benefit? How do your people in your neighborhood benefit? How do people in your city benefit with all these military age males crossing that border? How do you benefit? I seriously would like to know. Maybe I don't know anything. And listen, I'm not the oracle of truth. I speak my truth, but I don't know it all. So maybe y'all can inform me, okay? In the comment section, I'm talking about those of you who say you're going to vote for Biden, right? Inform me, how does you personally benefit, your neighborhood, your city, your state, and overall the country? How do any of us benefit from a bunch of military age males coming across? And then you remember the last podcast, what happened? They turned New York into a cesspool, literally. They're defecating in cups and putting it in front. See, those of you who support Biden, you're not going to get it until you get a cup at your front door. That's the same. See, in Chicago and New York, and I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the government up there, the city government. It was all virtue signaling for this until Governor Abbott said, okay, well, you need some new neighbors and friends. I'm going to send them to you. And then when they got some new neighbors and friends, now they're crying foul about their new neighbors and friends that they're championing. And even in the midst of them saying, I don't have the money to take care of our new neighbors and friends, they still won't remove sanctuary city status that attracts their new neighbors and friends, or give Governor Abbott the green light to say, hey, I could send y'all's new neighbors and friends to your city, right? You remember about Martha's Vineyard when Governor DeSantis has sent a plane load of their new neighbors and friends. They literally called out their military out there to get those people out of Martha's Vineyard. They wasn't even there 12 hours, and they got them on out. These people don't really care about migrants or anything. They care about their politicians, their power, and all of that at the expense of the rest of the American people. But every time especially black folk, when I hear you talking about I'm voting Biden, I'm like, do you see what's happening with our people with this? And this is what you're going to vote for? Seriously? Look, if you don't like Trump, fine, don't fool with him. The couch is right there. Vote for that. But don't, you want more of this? Well, let's continue. As in court papers, the administration said the wire impedes Border Patrol agents from reaching migrants as they cross the river, and that in any case, federal immigration law trumps Texas' own efforts to stem the flow of migrants into the country. Correct. It does. But Texas stepped up because you're not doing your job, Biden. That's really what it is. You didn't do your job. Texas shouldn't have to do that. Texas, they don't have the funding like that, but they're doing what they can in this state to try to protect the citizens of this state. They say Texas officials have argued that federal agents cutting the wire to help groups crossing illegally through the river before taking them in for processing. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Alina Kagan, and Sonia Sotomayor sided with the administration. Justices Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Clarence Thomas voted with Texas. So even one of the justices that Donald Trump put up, Amy Coney Barrett, she sided with open borders. And also Chief Justice John Roberts, he sided with open borders. So a lot of conservatives are very upset with that situation. They just couldn't believe that happened. Now, let me show you something else. If this wasn't enough for you, because maybe some of you, who want to vote Biden, you say, oh, well, y'all just making this into y'all just fear mongering with this. Y'all just want to get clicks and views. This is not a big deal. Okay, fine. We got something to show you, and I got questions after we show you this. So we have a journalist in Jacumba, California, on the border. His name is Jonathan Riches. Definitely want to give him his credit for, being brave enough to go out there and get this footage. If this is not an issue, you say Democrats, those you're going to vote for Biden. I want you to watch this footage. This is in the United States, y'all. Watch this.
Let's go on a chase right now. I'm going to show you why migrants coming into the country illegally. Check this out. Check this out, folks. I hear the cars coming, so let me reverse. We're going to see something in real time, folks. We're going to see something in real time. We're going to see something in real time, folks. Look at this. Look at this in real time. We're going to see this in real time, folks. Watch this in real time. Here comes another group. Here comes another one, folks. Here comes another one. Large man. Look at all this. Look at all this. Look at all this, folks. Look at all this. Look at all this. Here it is, folks. Real time. Live. JLR investigates.
About the replacement. They were trying to replace us.
That's the first wave. Look at this. This is the first wave, folks. Here comes more.
And then the border guards, who usually are Spanish, just wait on them. In our country. How is that? It's their country. Look, it's their country. It's outrageous.
Okay, this is the last one. Look at this, folks. Look how many people came on this load. That's about 50, probably over 50. It's over 50, folks.
When I saw that footage, I could not believe that. I couldn't believe it. They literally have no security. They're literally walking up to the gate. They got a way in, and they all flowing in. These are all, and what did you see constantly? Military age males. The military age males, who no one knows who they are just free flowing into this country. The cartels and all of that have got into the business of flowing the migrants. It's been very lucrative, even for the cartels who usually deal drugs and everything else. They're into this. So those of you who voted and will want to vote Tiffany Cross, because you just said you're going to vote for Biden, how is that benefiting the Black community or any community for that matter? 2.5 million people came last year. That's the last year. You mean to tell me we're going to vote again in November, and you mean to tell me we're going to get another 4 years of what you saw in this video? You want another 4 years of that? Nothing good is going to come out of what we're seeing. Like this is a powder keg waiting to happen. It really is. Not only to people free flowing into the country, the Democrats are making sure to give them money for rent, give them food stamp money, and all kind of things like that. Having secret job fairs for them when you got a lot of Americans right now being laid off. They talking about mass layoffs, but I promise you the migrants won't be laid off. But American citizens, you're going to be laid off. They putting up migrants in apartments and things like that, giving them 6 months rent money. We know we reported about this definitely out of Chicago. This has happened in one city for sure. We're seeing migrants fighting in shelters, people losing their lives in shelters in New York now. I mean, it has literally descended into chaos. Remember, none of this was going on during the Trump administration. And you're telling me, let's use common sense here. Forget about what you like. If you had a bunch of people showing up at your doorstep and you had to take them in and take them in and take them in, you don't have unlimited food. You don't have unlimited toiletries. You don't have unlimited. You don't have unlimited. Listen, I told y'all before, the Democrats, or what they going to do, you put them back in there another 4 years. They're going to start telling you, some of y'all going to have to start taking these people in your house. Maybe some of y'all on government assistance they may say, hey, you got to take a migrant family in there with you. You're on government assistance, so it's not like you're paying anything. You say, oh, that's crazy, Phil. They wouldn't do nothing like that. I don't put nothing past the Democrats. I don't put nothing past them at this point. Or what they're doing, that video just shocked me. How they just all float free flowing. And people say, well, why don't Border Patrol get their behinds and throw them out? That's not the way the system works. The Border Patrol catches them, they process them, and then it's up to ICE and all them others what they're going to do with them. It seemed to me that ICE need to be on the border with Border Patrol, and yeah, they catch them, and ICE say, okay, you're going right back. That would be perfect. and have ICE on the border with them, right? But that's not the way it is. Because some people are blaming Border Patrol, but that's how the Border Patrol's function is deportation. Our laws are screwed up. We literally need a shutdown of our border right now. Listen, you could change the law that says about asylum that you cannot claim asylum unless you have proof that you have went to, because like think about it, if you're coming from Venezuela, you got several countries. You got Brazil, you got Colombia, you got so many different countries just in that area alone. I'll just mention those two countries. How is it that you pass up those countries as literally your neighbors and you come all the way up here? You go through Mexico. Remember, Mexico had told them, hey, y'all can stay here in Mexico. You can work here. Oh, no, Mexico, I don't want to stay here. A country that they speak the language. They have the culture. Oh, no, because in America, I can get free stuff. Now, you have people who families did cross a long time ago, but they didn't get the free stuff. And those families that crossed and didn't get the free stuff got the amnesty with Reagan and all of that, because he did give them amnesty. They're complaining because they say, wait a minute, we couldn't get in it. Matter of fact, do you know if you had got any kind of assistance from the government, you couldn't get the amnesty at that time period? So those people that got their citizenship now are saying, bro, look, we had to work. We had to do what we had to do to make some money. How is it they get to come over here and just get free stuff? So that's why you're seeing a lot of Hispanics are complaining. They're angry about it because they just show up and then they skipping the line also of a lot of people who's trying to do it the right way. They're skipping the line and getting free stuff. Now, there are people of all nationalities coming. You have Russians crossing, Chinese crossing, a lot of Africans crossing. There's a lot of people. Arabic people are crossing, Hispanic people crossing. And we keep seeing the theme of military-aged men. But those of you who say you're going to vote for Biden in 2024.
And remember, Dirty Dick Durbin said he's going to put these men into the military. Well, he said they're going to do a background check. All they're going to ask them, you better ever been convicted of a felony? They're going to say no. How can they check from another country? As long as you're on a terrorist watch list, you cool. They're going to be in the police department. They're going to put them in the FBI. Yeah. All dictators do shit like this. That's real talk. So they can turn them on the citizens. You see, the normal citizens ain't going to want to kill their family members in the community. But guess what? Guess who will? People who is not from their community or their country.
Why? At this point, why? Why? We can't sustain this when we have a big homeless problem, rent problem, inflation. Financial experts that say 2024 is going to be rough. And yet we're taking on the third world at this point. Because the reason why I say that is because the people's mentality when they get here and the things they're doing in New York, the things they're doing in Chicago. This isn't like the civilized society stuff some of them are doing. I didn't say all, but I said some. I mean, if y'all go out in 2024 and go put the Biden administration back in office, like I said, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear the term crisis at that point. Because the only thing I'm going to tell you is like, it's not a crisis. This is your new neighbors. I'm telling you, I will tell you that. That is your new neighbors. That's your new friends. And you make a spot in your home for them. And hey, if they take your tax dollars, why not? That's what you wanted. That's what you voted for. So why not? You have a lot of voters' remorse right now. Okay. But now since you have voters' remorse, you have a chance to fix it. That's the only thing I'm saying about that. Ain't nothing that Biden's talking about will make me go vote for him when I literally see that he is not securing our border at all. It's not secure. Anybody could come through there and do whatever they want at this point. What is it going to take? Some foreign military people to come through there and do an attack on America through that because they can come through the border just easily? Is that what it's going to take for y'all to take it seriously? Why would it have to get to that point? Why?
See, what y'all don't understand is the globalists, the small hats, they got maps. They plan on breaking down all large countries, especially America. They want to bust America up into about 4 countries. Don't ever think they don't. They want to bust Russia up, China, large countries in Africa. They already split them up. It's because, to tell you the truth, and this is what's so crazy about it, none of these nations was ever supposed to be this big to begin with. None of them. Not Russia, not China. Every last one of them is a bunch of land, bunch of different peoples building civilizations, even in the Middle East, that never were going to work. Like America, I don't give a damn what they say, they never going to be able to put this puzzle together because a bunch of disagreeable tribes. And when I'm just talking about black, I'm talking about white, you have a bunch of European tribes here, they don't get along. They are European politicking in our capital right now. It's not going to work. So, and the small hats understand that. And that's why they want to bust it all up. And while they be the strongest nation, Israel, at the end of the day, that's real talk.
But that's where it's at with this administration. And I don't care if you're Democrat. I don't even care if you're Republican. How do you think that's okay at this point? How is that okay? What's the point? In airports, they're allowing them to land and it says, oh, you have no ID, no paperwork, come over here. Now that's happening too. So now they're flying in the airports and American citizens say, hey, wait a minute, hold on. When I come into the country, the first thing they ask me for is my passport. Well, they want to see my passport. I'm a citizen and you want to see my passport, but when he or she come in, they don't have to show you anything and talking about, oh, that's just a temporary thing we doing. Why should I have to show my passport to come back in the country that I'm a citizen of? Why? And he's not a citizen yet. Are you serious? This is where we at right now. But please, because like I said, maybe I don't know a whole lot. Right? Tell me why we should vote for Biden in 2024 after this crisis has literally just went beyond just a normal problem. Just let me know, because I'm really would like to know a logical, I say logical, not feeling, and don't even put Trump in it, because Trump will have nothing to do with this. I want to know a logical reasoning why, even though you got this migrant crisis and you got a bunch of military age males coming across the border, not even being stopped, the Supreme Court made sure Biden and them could cut the razor wire. I want to know from you why you want 4 more years of that.
Okay, so we got migration issues is a big problem in our community that we standing against. But let's also, because we know the black community rose up all over the country, especially in Chicago, New York, after my governor gave them a taste of their own medicine. But the perversion of the Democratic Party is another reason why we just can't fuck with them. And let's see a little bit of that displayed live on TV.
Fine, the N-word, anything, words.
Let's get to it.
Stuff in them. Joyanne Reed had this woman on from the Moms for Liberty, and they want to ban some of the books that have explicit sexual stuff in them. And Joyanne Reed is against that. She's for keeping the explicit sexual books.
Now, she made herself look like a mammy, a coon, a shoe shining, bug dancing fool. This white lady embarrassed her live on TV, made that black lady look like a pervert, and I was shocked. I'm like, God damn.
In the school library. So let's just play a little bit of this fascinating interview, and we'll talk about it.
Hold on a second. Well, no, Joy, but I want to be clear. No one's banning books. Write the book, print the book.
First of all, Joya Reid's hair. Apparently, she's going to leave to go do a Donald Trump lookalike contest after this. I don't know what she's doing.
Hang on, I thought she was decolonized. Was Joy Reid decolonized? That's a very strange choice for somebody who's so decolonized.
She's doing Tyler the Creator, the Igor album that did very well. It beat out DJ Khaled.
So now
Earthquake. Watch the video. That's
again. I'm 58, but I'm glad that you're here to make those references I don't get. That I know they're funny if I would get them. Right, Russ, do you know what he's talking about?
That went over my head.
Tyler the Creator. You know what? On Saturday, I'm going to show a clip of her with the same hair.
I'll give you the picture,
and then I'm going to put the picture up. That's all we need to do, really. Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, Dave Chappelle did that first. He did it. He did a character where he wore a wig just like that.
As what though?
I forget, but he wore a wig like that.
You know, I just thought she was.
mean that is just so bizarre because her whole stock in trade is white people won't vote for Nikki Haley except in South Carolina, and that's why she can't win the Republican primary. Why would you dye your hair blonde if this is your whole brand? Is attacking white people and black pride? Like, why would you do that?
I thought she was inspired by Kyle Kalinske.
Oh, that's it.
That's what I
Well,
thought.
it's a Bohemian Grove thing. This is what Jimmy. I'm trying to egg you on to explain the blonde hair Bohemian Grove connection.
Okay, the blonde, whatever. Why is it a bowl haircut? That's the main
That is
question.
also
She looks
confusing.
like Dylan Roof hair is what it is.
Okay.
Well, no, she's a big Three Stooges fan.
Oh, it's a Mo. It's a Mo.
It is the Mo.
It's the Mo.
Publish the book, put the book in the public library, sell the book, right?
So this Moms of Liberty makes the case that I'm not trying to ban the book. Go ahead, print it, put it in a public library. Just don't put it in a school library.
About a public school library. Children don't have unfettered access to the internet at school. I did a FOIA records request.
First of all, I think it's hilarious that they pretend that kids read books. Since when did American kids read books? Do they churn butter and play hoop and stick too? Are they talking about the libraries at Amish schools? What are they talking about? Anyway, okay, here we go.
And I wanted to see what kinds of internet sites are banned in schools, if we're going to talk about banning, right? And the subject matter in the books that moms are concerned about are the same things that kids don't have access to on the internet. So it just feels very hypocritical, right? Why is no one out there protesting for, free the internet in schools?
Let me give you an example of some of the books that have been removed.
So
Which she does not answer. She does not answer that at all.
No,
that's too logical.
No, that's right. So that's exactly right. Why don't they want to free the internet? They don't have any problem censoring the internet from certain sexual things. And by the way, what do you want a transsexual substitute teacher to read to the students during their pole dance? Dick and Jane? Actually, that might work. Okay. Hey.
Shell.
So she makes, so Joyanne Reid, boy, that hair, I can't get past it. It's like she's on Saturday Night Live doing a character. It's like, okay, so here.
It's like when a cartoon character, like a mop falls on their head.
Yes.
And they get up.
Yes.
And you have like a beetle shag. Yeah.
Yes. So she won't answer that question. That was a great question that the Moms of Liberty actually had for Joyanne Reid. Why don't you care about open access to the internet for these kids? Why isn't anybody out there doing that? Right.
It just ignores it. Completely ignores it. Doesn't even answer that.
Water off a duck's ass. And now here's some of the
literally with that haircut.
Here we go.
Keywords that you find, the N word, anything, words like you just used. Then you'll get out of context passages from the book. And then based on that, Moms for Liberty members are going to places like Broward County School Board meetings, reading out of context passages from these books, and then demanding that the school board remove them.
So
that is the way. Yeah. The question I'm asking is, what is the expertise that you have and other Moms for Liberty advocates have to decide that a book, an award-winning book like All Boys Are Blue, isn't appropriate for students to read? What is your expertise?
What is your expertise? An expertise on what? Straw man arguments? Is that what she needs to have? What the? Go. Okay. Let's play a little bit more.
Broward County again. Reading.
Again.
Broward County.
Broward County.
Right?
And reading. Unless there's a lot of pictures in these books.
Well, there are. That's part of the problem, Jimmy.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
story of a young man who's anally raped by his adult family member. So you have incest, rape, pedophilia. Joy, you said you'd let me answer, so I'm going to answer for you. In what context is a strap-on dildo acceptable for public school? I mean, that's my question to you. Tell me what the context around the strap-on dildo or the rape of a minor child by a teacher.
Hold on a second.
No,
wait,
we're talking about public school.
One moment.
All right.
So now you've asked me questions.
Sure.
So I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
Well, who's the main character? What's the name of the main character in All Boys Are Blue?
You're asking me right now.
You just gave me very specific information about this book, so you're presenting yourself as somebody expert.
It's the gentleman.
Hold on. So who's the main character in the book?
The main character is the author.
What's his name?
George, I believe, is his first name.
Because you're giving me very specific information that is.
You're asking me to remember the name of an author.
So that actually, this is the most nonsensical thing I've ever heard in my life. Unless you can tell me the name of the main character in the book, I'm not going to answer. She doesn't answer her question, by the way. She doesn't answer it. She asks, well, in what context is...
She asking her, now, why should kids be reading by anal sex, dildo, rape, penetration, incest? What the hell is, so that the white lady is like, is she defending kids reading all of that perversion?
Is a strap-on dildo okay? And in a book for children, and she says, well, do you know the name of the main character? And if you don't, then I guess you're not qualified to make that point, that strap-on dildos are not... I don't know exactly.
You don't remember other kids' books like The Cat in the Hat, Ass to Ass, and I looked it up in Wikipedia.
This is, I think we've all been pleasantly surprised at the position that Joy Reid has taken on Palestine. But back to true to form, she is one of the biggest scumbags in the media. And this interview is really an illustration of why. She will not answer questions because the things that this woman is saying cannot be answered. You cannot answer them. So she just keeps redirecting and misdirecting to other ground, using lawyer tricks to get around directly answering her. Who gives a shit if she knows the name of the main character? What she just described, by the standards of any reasonable person, does not belong in a public school. She's not taking the extreme position. She's not saying ban the book. She's not even saying it shouldn't be in public libraries, just public schools. Who do the people who run these networks think the audience is of parents who are clamoring for their grade school children to be exposed to material like that? And you know what? If you are a parent who is comfortable with that, you are free to give your child that book. Why is it the right of the state to make that decision?
Well, the interview gets even worse. You're everything. I go ahead. What you
the
want?
context where I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
Joy didn't answer. When is it the right context to talk about strap-ons? In required strap-on class, obviously. In dildo class, you can't graduate on 30 credits at dildo class.
What's his name?
George, I believe, is his first
Because
name.
you're giving me very specific information that is.
You're asking me to remember the name of an author.
You
the
just
name of the
remembered
author
very
doesn't.
specific things.
Joy.
Here's my
We're
question.
talking about
Here's my
strap. You
question.
didn't answer my question.
No. I'm going to answer.
Great. I would love to hear that.
Absolutely. Well, I'm
she's
interviewing
not.
you. You're not interviewing me. So let's just make sure it's a conversation.
Okay, great.
So what I'm saying to you is that as you are not an expert in this book,
I don't have to be
hold
an
on.
expert
No,
to
hold
know
on a
that dildos
second.
aren't
One
appropriate for public
moment.
school. I mean, come on,
This
let's get
book
real.
is a full context story, as you said, of the author's experience. Why is it your right or a Moms for Liberty activist's right to say that a parent who wants their child to have access to this book, which gives a personal experience of this author, why doesn't a liberal parent, for instance, or a parent of an LGBTQ kid, why don't they have a right for their child to just have access to this book? Why is it your right to say they can't?
So again, we're talking about incest, rape, and pedophilia.
And
Joy,
each parent,
no.
Each parent has to decide what is appropriate for their child to read. So I want you to answer. I'm going to ask you one more time.
Imagine how crazy this is, y'all. Now, she keep trying to cut off because the lady is killing her. Imagine this lady is saying each parent. So that means they're going to put the disgusting book in school. You got to know and go up there and say, hey, I don't want my kid reading that. I don't want my kid. So for the parents that don't know, you got pedophilia, dildos, anal rape, incest by older perverts, all that reading for the kids. And they're saying, well, that's the pain that the author went through. Are you kidding me?
What is your right to tell a parent who wants their child, who might feel seen by this story. Why don't they have the right? Why don't
my child feels seen in this story about incest
All
rape?
the
Are you kidding?
buzzwords, all the buzzwords. That's why I say this is neurolinguistic programming. They have certain phrases and certain words that automatically invoke moral authority that you're not allowed to question. That's why you get all this bizarre jargon like fill in the blank bodies. Who talks like that?
You stop calling them bodies.
This impacts these bodies. Who talks like that? What are you talking? Would you get here from Mars? What the fuck are you talking about? These bodies. That's it. That's the purpose of it. The purpose of it is to create a set of linguistic tricks that do not allow disagreement or debate.
Moving through space. That's
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
Walking,
moving through
right?
space.
That's it. It
Wait,
means walking.
what did you arrive here from the fourth dimension? What the fuck are you talking about? Moving through space.
When the hell did My Truth? All these same people that yelled at who was it, Kellyanne Conway or sort of alternate facts? These are the same people who were blathering My Truth. Oprah Democrats. Oh, can I just say My Truth? It's like an old lady talking about soap operas, but you can't say. She calls them My Stories. Like you can't call it the thing that it is for some reason because you're like ashamed of it.
And if what you're talking about is a child who was raped by an adult and has written a memoir about their later experiences in the gay world with strap-ons and such, the proper place for that person to work that out is probably with a therapist, with counseling. It is probably not in the public school library.
Well, it gets even crazier. So now Joy Ann Reid says that this is, so she's making the case, I think, that it's okay to have this strap-on thing in this book for children at a public school library because some kids might have also been raped and then they feel seen because that's in this book that they see in their.
Stop spying on me. That's what I would say.
So watch this. It gets even worse. Watch.
they have the right as a parent to say, my child can have access to this book?
If a child feels seen by this story, that means that they have been the victim of a predator. That means that they have either been raped by a family member.
And that's exactly what she just is making it, again, the Moms of Liberty lady is making it, if they feel seen, that means that they've been a victim of a predator. Right. And watch what Joy Ann Reid says back to this.
They've experienced.
And your proof of that is what?
You just said that
What's
if a child feels seen.
She says, and your proof of that is what? No, you just said that.
Right.
So crazy. When I seen this, I say, oh yeah, I'm bringing this to the live today because we got to see this mammy get embarrassed like she should get embarrassed. But they I told you, they put black people on TV to fail so they can say, oh man, we should have put somebody more intelligent up there. No, Joy, we gave you a chance. You see, they put Joy up there to fail. And then she put Joy know damn well she didn't grow up in no house where this was acceptable. She know Big Mama, Big Papa. Nobody said this was acceptable. So she don't know how to defend it. It's indefensible. So the lady just mopping the floor with her, and even what Joy's saying, the lady was repeating to her. And she said, "Hold on. What are you talking about? What she's saying? What you're saying?"
Does Joy know the main character's name?
Joy,
I bet you don't.
Joy, you just said that they feel seen. By being feel seen, that means that that's their story. Their story is the same. That's what feel seen means. And now she's saying that she's contradicting herself here to try to win some moment in an argument.
Wait, wasn't she the one that she had all that anti-gay stuff? She
Yeah,
said,
of course she
and
did.
Then said she got hacked on.
She
her
hates
tweets?
gay. And by the way, that she has a.
What I don't understand is we smart enough to know what grooming is. See, they want these child grooming ass books out so these perverts can have access when you're not around to your children, and they can discuss perverted shit with your children. All that disgusting stuff that's in that book, they want to be allowed to talk to that with your child in the open, publicly. That's a goddamn problem, man. But they pushing it so hard. And here she is, made a fool out of her goddamn self and look like a damn pervert.
She hates gay people.
Oh, she
and now
definitely
she's
is.
pretending. Now she has to do this to make up for all that ugly stuff she wrote about gay people. That's what this is. She's pretending to champion gay things and all things gay because she got caught saying despicable things about just regular gay people.
Oh, part of her punishment for that is she has to say this dumb shit and
while wearing that wig.
She did get busted years back, saying some anti-homophobic stuff, but barbershop talk stuff. You know, so they saying that she cooning and buffooning. Yeah, they say now she cooning and buffooning because they got her. They got her. We got you. You keep on talking how we want you to talk. Represent black people. Pretend like black people are begging for this perversion.
A dunce wig.
Yes. So
she's got a dunce wig.
This is so hard.
With punishment.
Even for Joyanne Reed, this is hard to believe. What do you want to say?
Okay, so because I was like, what is this book? I want to look it up when I saw this.
Yeah.
So Wikipedia, remember when you thought CRT was a made-up thing?
Yes, I did.
So Wikipedia, around the time when these things become controversial, okay, this is the plot. I was like, well, what's the story about? I look it up.
What's the name of the book? The Boy Blue or whatever?
All Boys Aren't Blue.
Okay.
Okay. And it's based on a response to a play called In Moonlight, Black Boys Look Blue. I mean,
that's the play that the
Moonlight,
movie was
yeah.
based on.
Right. So this is an answer to that title. Here's plot. Ready? The book discusses consent, agency, and sexual abuse alongside various other topics. It also describes 2 sexual encounters and statutory rape. Doesn't mention the main character, though. There's no way to cliff notes that if you want to know. So that's on purpose. They're making that real vague because this is some kind of hot topic, getting this book into school.
Yeah, that's a lot. Kids, if you got to do a book report, stick with The Old Man and the Sea. That's nice and simple, easy. One character, not much going on. Much easy grade.
Rick Overton says she's got Ben Stiller's Simple Jack.
Kids not supposed to be reading books about consent for sexual stuff. See, we didn't play that stuff when I was growing up. You don't even talk to nobody outside the house about no pervert shit like that. My dad didn't play this. Are you crazy? Now they just think in the open. Oh, see, you know that's not our community. You can't see this is what's disgusting. This is why they want to transition our kids. All boys not blue. Now, when they said that, a light bulb went off. Growing up, you had pink and you had blue. Pink, girl, boy, blue. Here's a sneaky little way to twist boys' mind and say, no. You got an other option. You don't have to be blue. Just like that. That's how I start. It's nonsense.
Jack hair.
That's what that is.
I want you to answer. I'm going to ask you one more time. Right. What is your right to tell a parent who wants their child, who might feel seen by this story? Why don't they have the right? Why don't they have the right as a parent to say, my child can have access to this book?
If a child feels seen by this story, that means that they have been the victim of a predator. That means that they have either been raped by a family member, they've experienced.
And your proof of that is what?
You just said that
What's
if a child feels seen by this story.
No. You're now making assumptions.
No, but if a child has been raped, we should do a lot better than put a book on the library
Now you're literally
shelf.
creating a story behind a child that you don't know. Let me show you a form. This is a form.
Joyanne Reed just said that this is for kids who feel seen, meaning that their story is the same as the story in this book where they've been raped by a predator. And then she goes, oh, you're making that up. You have nothing to base that on. That's what Joyanne Reed Joyanne Reed just did that. She just made it up that there's some kid out there who shares this story. And she's just saying, well, if she does share the story, that means they've been raped by a predator. And Joyanne Reed goes, well, you're making that up. What? That I can't even. That is so. Go ahead.
Well, and she's trying to debate on grounds that the minority woman, she's debating on those grounds. She is saying, if you want your child to read that, you can, right? It can be at the public school library. You can give your, not at the public library, just not at the public school library. And this is why I know MSNBC lives with kids. I worry for the kids because you talk to them and they're so fucking brainwashed and so easily programmed. They'll defend these ideas. I personally worry for the kids of parents like that because they are mindless. They're just mindless. Where is the limit? Because if anyone had told you before they hypnotized you into believing this, you know what? For Christmas, I'm giving your kid this book is gay. They would have punched you right in the mouth. How easily were so many of these people who usually have these professional managerial class jobs, they're well educated, be led into thinking that this is some kind of a cause to make sure that children have absolute access to books about anal rape.
Because they don't care about their kids.
How did that happen?
They're narcissists. It's called Munchausen, all that. all that kind of shit. That's liberal friend parents.
Well, that's you're
are
getting
the
into the
worst parents in the
transgender
world.
thing, which I think that's an interesting
So,
take on a lot of it.
Let's listen to the rest of this. Whatever I have in this clip. Let's listen.
That can be obtained in Broward County, Florida. I'm going to show it to the audience and then I'm going to show it to you. This is called
Can
the
I see
opt.
it?
Yeah, please. I'm going to hand it to you. It's called the opt-out form.
Okay.
An opt-out form would allow any parent, because you said you are in favor of parental rights.
I am.
It would allow any parent to opt out of their child being able to take books out of the library without their parents' permission.
So Joyanne Reed thinks she has a slam dunk here. She presents this to the Moms of Liberty saying, here's an opt-out form. Why can't we just say, these are, if you don't want your kid to read that book that's in the public school library, then you can sign an opt-out form. And what is Moms of Liberty response to this?
So that Moms for Liberty, why not advocate that every school in America have an opt-out form so that a parent who doesn't want their child to access a book like All Boys Are Blue, that they can make that choice, because then each parent, including a liberal parent, a black parent, a parent who wants their child to read a book about African-American history, then they get their
want children to read books.
Why not just
African-American
opt out
history, so.
for yourself rather than tell other parents what they can and cannot?
First
have
of
their
all,
children
I
read?
think what you're talking about here is a wonderful step in the right direction.
Oh, didn't see that coming. She agreed with you. That's a great step in the right direction. Give parents the opportunity to opt out of stuff like this. I don't think Joy saw that coming.
Well, because this woman is reasonable. She's not what Joy Reid wanted. She wants a foaming at the mouth Marjorie Taylor Greene style social conservative, which she is clearly not. Most of the people I talk to who are critical of gender theory, who are critical of drag brunch, are liberals. They're usually Democrats, honestly, who just have refused to take the Kool-Aid.
And let me just play this, show you this. In Burbank, California, which is right down the street from me, which is a blue city, meaning Democrat, this is the books they banned at that school. Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, Mark Twain's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men, Theodore Taylor's The K, Mildred D. Taylor's Newbery medal-winning young adult classic Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. And by the way, the challenges came from 4 parents, 3 of them black, for the alleged potential harm to the public school district's roughly 400 black students. And then all but Huckleberry Finn has been required reading in the Burbank Unified School District. All but Huckleberry Finn have been. So all of these have been required reading except for Huckleberry Finn. And it was black parents who, so this is not your Moms of Liberty wanting this stuff banned. These are Democrats, voting Democrat. These are African-American Democrats asking their school public library to ban these books.
You don't remember that from years ago?
Well,
no.
The big Huckleberry Finn, we got to get Huckleberry Finn out of the school because that's the N-word and it can be damaging to kids.
Yeah, they never talk about it from the other side. You have Irreversible Damage, which is a book examining rapid onset gender dysphoria, where you have these teenage girls who have never shown any sign of gender dysphoria all of a sudden watch a TikTok video and want puberty blockers. There has been a big move to try to ban that book. Target actually removed it at one point under pressure. The staff at the publishing house for Jordan Peterson did a big protest against their own publisher with the obligatory weeping and gnashing of teeth at a meeting, trying to get them not to publish Jordan Peterson's last book. So you just don't hear about it from that end. But it certainly, book banning comes from that end. They just don't see it as book banning when they do it.
Oh, here's from the Los Angeles Times. They say the charge against those books is racism. And it has been invoked in the past. But in contrast to earlier fights across the country, this one is heavily inflected by an atmosphere of urgent reckoning, as both opponents and defenders of those novels claim the mantle of anti-racism, because these books show they're exposing racism. These are lessons you're supposed to learn. They aren't pro-racism. They're
anti-racists. Don't like So To Kill a Mockingbird, one I had to read in school, which is a good book. Back when all the there should be no due process for sex crimes, I remember going, nobody read To Kill a Mockingbird where black man gets blamed and didn't do anything?
Right.
And no, we better stop reading that. All the Of Mice and Men, the K I read. All these things that they're not putting forth that stupid like crit theory version of every single topic. So things to be against racism, that's not anti-racism. Anti-racism is, I guess, racism really. So of course you want to get rid of those. They don't want anything fostering understanding between races. They want things blocked off. The only thing that can be mixed up is gender. Racial segregation, Thanksgiving slop of gender.
And
that's the policy.
And by the way, Of Mice and Men, what's the deal with Of Mice and Men? Is that because there's violence against a mentally challenged guy who kills animals?
Would be my guess.
Who kills animals and people by accident? I don't see what the problem is there. Our country's being led by one of those guys.
Yeah.
For like the second or third time, I think.
Well, what's funny is the libs love To Kill a Mockingbird because of the way that it treats poor whites. They love that. That's an anti-MAGA story.
Yeah, it makes the poor whites seem like the deplorables, right? And that's why they didn't like when she wrote the follow-up to that book, and it turned out that he was actually in the Klan. Did you know that?
Right.
Yeah, that's why that book didn't get any traction.
Wait, which one's in the Klan? Not Boo Radley, the slow guy.
No, the
lawyer.
The lawyer.
Atticus Finch.
Atticus Finch.
What a weird plot turn.
What a weird plot
That's a
twist,
twist.
right? Yeah.
No, that's why Aaron Sorkin adapted it for Broadway. The libs love that book.
And now
those Aaron Sorkin liberals, that's the ones that they're talking about, that like they're cool with their kids having butt plug class or whatever. Those are the ones
who found West Wing inspiring.
Nausea-inducing. They're the biggest dipshits in the world, and none of them. It's like watching people realize that equity and equality don't mean the same thing. And I mean, probably going back 12 years, I can recall trying to explain this to these people, and now they're old, and they're like, "Oh, whatever the kids say is good." I mean, why don't you go to church if you're going to be this brain dead? And just let the priest do whatever he wants. Go to church.
Hey, come see us do a live stand-up show. We're going to be in
New polling out of Israel finds a majority of Israelis support a future demilitarized Palestinian state if it's tied to the release of all the October 7 hostages. The Times of Israel reports that 51% of respondents said they supported a deal that would see the release of all remaining hostages, Saudi Arabia to agree to normalizing relations with Israel, and Jerusalem agreeing to the eventual establishment of a demilitarized Palestinian state. This week, bereaved family members of the missing hostages stormed the Israeli parliament to demand their loved ones be freed. About 20 people in total disrupted the Monday Knesset meeting with chants of "Free them now" and "You will not sit here while they die there."
The Times of Israel also reports that the Netanyahu government has proposed a hostage release deal that would suspend the war in Gaza for 2 months and significantly reduce the number of IDF fighters deployed to the Strip afterwards. This week, a no-confidence motion put forward against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu failed with only 18 votes in support. Joining us now to weigh in on all of this news out of Israel is Ami Kozak, political commentator, musician, and comedian. Thank you so much for joining Rising.
Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great to have you on. Let's dive right into it.
The Israelis and the European NATO, because it's NATO over there too, but we'll just say the Israelis. But remember, all American, French, British, all of them been busted over there and been getting killed. Anyway, they getting their butts whooped so bad that they say, you know what, we'll give y'all a 2-month pause. Just give us all the hostages. We give y'all 2 months. 2 months for what? Hell no, y'all. They got y'all on the ropes. The Palestinians ain't stupid. They finna give y'all 2 months to regroup, get y'all mind back right, rearm, get more European soldiers. They got y'all right where they want y'all. The next story I'm gonna do after this one: 21 Israelis died at one time earlier today. 21, the biggest death blow in Israel, that they done had in a long time. But how did they die? They was all in one spot, finna detonate some housing developments that belong to the Palestinians, which is war crimes. Palestinians caught them slipping, blew it up. sent a rocket into it to blow it up. And then the reason all of them died, and it was an extra blast because they had put the explosive there. So their destruction of Palestine is getting themselves killed. After that happened, then they came out and said, we want to give you 2 months. Yeah, after you just had the worst day you ever had since the war began. No, the Palestinians is getting stronger and you getting weaker. No, they don't. I can guarantee you the Palestinians would never agree to no 2-month pause. Why would they do that?
This deal sounds good to me in theory, good to, you know, every side getting something they want, and end to violence, return of hostages, some pathway forward. But I guess the question is it realistic given what's going on?
Two-state solution, peace forever. That's what the Palestinians want. No more pause, get your breath. No. They don't need no breath. The Israelis are on the ropes.
And the political constraints.
Well, I don't really understand what the political constraints are, given the fact that I don't understand why this hasn't been something everyone has agreed upon from the very beginning, the unconditional return of men, women, and children being taken hostage and kidnapped from their homes in Gaza. That would certainly have led to de-escalation after October 7th. And I don't...
Because the Palestinians are saying that you need to return all the men, women, and children that the Israelis have kidnapped in Israel. You're forgetting about them who've been kidnapped before October the 7th even started, who some of the children are coming out and say that they were sexually assaulted. Remember that. It's not just about those who are in Gaza. It's about those who are in Jerusalem that have been kidnapped.
Understand why there hasn't also been a call for the unconditional surrender of Hamas. And as far as constraints...
Never going to happen. European, crazy, small hat, Khazarian guy. Hamas will never surrender. Why the hell? Don't hold your breath, man. Surrender for what? When you defeating the imperialists, why the hell would you surrender? No, that's never gonna happen. So they ain't got to worry about that. They can forget that. Quit begging for them to surrender. When you want a 2-month pause in the fighting, they didn't ask for that. You wanted that.
I think that a lot of people engaged in this conversation are confused, thinking that this is about geography, when I think this is really about an ideological hatred of Israel, the Jewish state, and Jews worldwide by the regime that it's fighting, which is Hamas. They don't want just geography. They want to destroy all the Jews. This is their ideology. This is what they say proudly. So any apologist for them, any excuse for them, and any illusion that this is a political dispute or a geographical dispute, I think is very misguided.
In 1948, 700,000 Palestinians were driven from what is now described as Israel into Gaza, and their descendants are largely the refugees of that initial displacement. What to you, if this is not a geographical or a self-determination dispute, as some might phrase it, should happen to the now 2.3 million people who live in Gaza?
Well, I take issue a little bit with the fundamental phrasing of the question, that they were just displaced out of nowhere, as if some usurping population came and kicked them out. There was a UN partition plan to create 2 states for 2 peoples, as there were legitimate populations of people, Jews and Arabs, living in the land. And Israel has accepted it many, many times, offerings for peace and a 2-state solution. But certainly what we're dealing with now is Hamas representing these populations. And you lose a lot of moral credibility and political credibility when you seek to destroy the Jewish state. I don't think the efforts here have been about creating a prosperous Palestinian state that have many opportunities to do that. Rather, it's about dismantling the only Jewish state that exists.
Well, what do you make then of Netanyahu's long-term bolstering of Hamas, articulating a desire to displace any more moderate...
See, these dummies, this been going on. Any person who's been paying attention, no goddamn well, Benjamin Netanyahu helped prop Hamas up in front of them cash. Why would they sit there and walk right into that? Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Then anybody who going against the Zionists going to say, well, if Hamas is so terrible, why the hell why was y'all supporting them? Why was y'all making sure it was no moderates and only extremists? If you say Hamas just wanted to kill the Jews, why the fuck was you helping fund them?
Politics to come out of Palestine in favor of one that can enable him to make the argument that Palestinians don't really want peace. Obviously, there was the famous reporting of suitcases of cash being delivered from Israel to Hamas. This isn't really a dispute, right? So where do you put that as you're trying to come to terms with, whether or not Israel is playing a role in the particular politics that have been chosen, not anytime recently, obviously the last election was 17 plus years ago, but that has been chosen as a legitimate kind of elected government of Gaza.
Well, I don't even know if I grant you that, but for argument's sake, if I grant you that somehow in some twisted way, Netanyahu, who is now politically doomed in Israeli society for being responsible for a massive security failure, somehow wants this to happen or wants Hamas to succeed. Why do you make every effort to shield Hamas of any agency or responsibility for their actions? They're independent actors that have committed atrocities against Israel, that seek to destroy Israel. They're very explicit about that. They're very proud about their anti-Semitism and their Jew hatred. So why is that not the first question? Whether or not how Israeli politicians have responded to dealing with them, why is the first question not leveled at the genocidal regimes that seek to destroy the Jewish state and Jews worldwide? That baffles me. And as far as a Palestinian state and displacement, you talked about in 48, between 48 and 67, before there was any occupation of any territories, there was no Palestinian state or effort to create one. It was only when Israel had acquired territory in defensive wars that somehow we're talking about a Palestinian state that Israel is only accountable for. I don't understand why the immediate impulse is to turn towards Israel to have full accountability when it's the one defending itself against hostility and continued aggression time and time again.
So I agree with the goal of eliminating Hamas. Hamas should surrender in an ideal world, absolutely. Is the level of destruction, however, being visited upon Gaza in pursuit of that goal, is that something that's sustainable, that can go on? You know, what if it's another, I mean, how many more tens of thousands of casualties would it take to eliminate Hamas? Is it even possible? I think U.S. intelligence officials, frankly, have some doubts about whether Hamas is, you know, as a embedded terrorist group is not equivalent to a state that can actually be overthrown the way Imperial Japan or Nazi Germany is overthrown, in which case all of the death and destruction ends up being not only not worth it, but counterproductive in terms of fostering more terrorism in the future.
Right. Well, so now we're asking a practical, pragmatic, tactical military question, which, let's be frank, none of us in our armchairs in the West are equipped to do. And we still have to remember that none of this would have occurred. Everyone who has been killed so far in this campaign was alive on October 4th, 5th, and 6th. You have to remember that in war, which is ugly and tragic, and nobody wants, who's a good-hearted, peaceful person, doesn't want war, but in a war of defense, pacifism, and doing nothing to bring those to justice and rescue the hostages is completely immoral. And as far as what the military tactics should be and how to go about doing it, that's a separate question that a lot of us here.
Hostages. Israel, what has came out of this is Israel will be known forever as a paper tiger, toothless. It can kill a bunch of people, like I said, innocent people, but it can't defeat nobody. Haven't got back one hostage unless Hamas did a hostage exchange with them, like Israel is begging for right now. Not even capable of getting any hostages back alive. Come on now.
Here feel so comfortable dictating how they should do it and what they should do. I think when a regime like Hamas, which is genocidal explicitly and hateful and murderous, still has hostages, still has a 1-year-old child in captivity and his family. Kfir Bipas just turned 1 year old, and we're not talking about the pressure to be continued to be put on Hamas to de-escalate this situation and surrender. I would hope that there are people in Gaza that can see that when Hamas provokes Israel and aggresses against Israel, and this brings about this destruction upon their population, they would turn against Hamas, which some people are doing. Unfortunately, in Gaza, you don't have a free press and you don't have an open society in which we can hear those voices. In Israel, we certainly do. I've heard, Brianna, I've heard you use Haaretz sources many times, which only demonstrates a free, robust press that we have in Israel that is self-critical, that is self-reflecting. You don't have that in Gaza, so we don't elevate those voices to see it. When they speak out against Hamas, they're killed. When people speak out against Israel, you just displayed it at the front of this program.
Israel has killed over 100 journalists since the beginning of this conflict on October 7th, in addition to over 25,000 civilians and 11,000 of those.
This dude brought up journalists. Like I keep saying, who is this dude? Why they put him on TV? He got the complexion to get on TV and say bullshit. You bring up journalists when y'all have killed over 100 in front of the whole world, massacred them. More journalists killed in Gaza than was killed in World War II. This dude is crazy.
plus are children. About 70% of all of those killed have been women and children, not to mention the devastation that's come from denial of food, water, gas, electricity, medical supplies, et cetera, that's led to widespread hunger and the spread of disease. So I do wonder if you could weigh in on whether you think that that is appropriate, and what, if anything, is the ceiling on how many children, women, and other innocents should have to die in Gaza before there is an end to the disproportionate killing here?
Certainly. I mean, the leadership in Hamas, that's billionaires living in mansions in Qatar, could have used a lot of the humanitarian aid and resources in good faith to help build infrastructure, used all that cement instead of building terrorist tunnels for the purposes of killing and kidnapping Israelis, to build roads, to build infrastructure, to build schools, to provide resources, to provide food. They don't do that. They sit in their mansions in Qatar, are worth billions of dollars while their people suffer. And I think it only demonstrates that the effort here is really not to create a thriving, free Palestinian state. It's to dismantle and destroy the Jewish one. You said it before. You think the problem started in 1948 when the Jewish state was created. So the idea here is not to create a free Palestine. It's to destroy a existing Israel. That's what the goal is. So if we want this killing and this destruction to stop, you need to start investing in re-educating your youth and your children to stop hating Jews, which they do, and to stop aggression and attacks against Israel, and stop firing rockets. Start investing in your own communities. Start investing in values that the West shares. Start investing in a free, open society and spreading those values instead of values of hate and anti-Semitism and oppression. And these are the values that are being spread in this society, and these are the things that the Hamas leadership perpetuates proudly. Speaking of
investment, America has invested more in Israel than any other country in the world. It's an affluent country. America gives, in the best of times, $3.8 billion on average a year, and has now obviously initialized billions of dollars or more after October 7th. To what extent do you think America should continue to provide aid to Israel as the international community starts to grow in consensus about the violations of international law that are happening in Gaza?
I mean, to what extent? There's an academic discussion to be had about the ways in which Western countries should support each other, but the relationship between Israel and the United States strategically is a very valid one, given that we are fighting a lot of these same enemies, a lot of these same radical ideologies that seek to destroy not just Israel and not just the Jews, but the West in its entirety. So a lot of these enemies are linked. So support for Israel in any which way it can, I think, is completely justified. And how America does that in the form of military credits, in the form of actual aid packages to help defend.
Hey, see, that's the problem. These type of people need to be in Israel, man. All these type of people need to be in fucking Israel, man. Not in America, not nowhere else, not in our Senate, in our fucking Congress. They need to be there backing that shit up. They don't feel like that. Man, these people is fucking crazy, man. This is serious business. This is a fucking fanatic, a radical. And this man should be, this man don't believe in no fucking Israel sitting in America. These people say Israel is the only place safe for Jews while they sitting in the fucking America chilling, kicking it, having a great life. They talk about Israel, the only place safe for them. They're far, far away from Israel.
Israel citizens against these terror attacks to help be a secure strategic ally in the region, in a region where Israel's neighbors certainly wish to destroy it, but also the United States. There's a strategic advantage. So the America first argument against Israel doesn't make that much sense to me, given that America and Israel share the same enemies.
See? America first. That don't make sense. Bastard, get the hell out of here. See, we got to, man. We got to have. It's the Civil War. I can't wait for it, baby. We got this. Always gonna be a clean house. This type of guy is not welcome. See, you read the history books. This is why people say they always sink your country. He not loyal to America, but he in America, and he don't want America to come first. Israel first.
Well, and I'll give you the last word here, so maybe you can just respond to this. I think the America First concern is that the U.S. government should not do anything to undermine Israel's security necessarily, but that the American government is responsible for the security of the people of the U.S., and that more meddling and interfering in the Middle East, as happened in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, etc., inspires terrorism against Western people, against U.S. people, against some of our troops stationed in these countries. You know, we've seen escalation now in
against white people. I mean, talking about against white people. Just say it, Robbie. Just say against Western people. What the fuck is a Western people? White people. White people. You saying if you fuck around and help Israel, it inspires terrorism against white people. That's what you saying, Robbie? You don't give a damn about us.
In the Red Sea with the Houthis. And, from my standpoint, it's not about Israel. I think has every right, or the people of Israel have every right to confront a terrorist attack and to respond to Hamas. But is it making the U.S. more safe to be, along for the ride is the American first concern.
Sure. Well, I think there's a lot of, trauma after foreign wars in which America does meddle and it doesn't have a strategic interest, but not every foreign affair is alike. And this idea that America retreats and pulls back from things when we should.
Every foreign war the U.S. has fought has been on behalf of the Zionists, small hats, the bankers. They ain't fought one war that was on behalf of the U.S., goddammit.
They're common enemies, as I said. I mean, the Houthi flag, I believe, says what? Death to America, death to Israel, death to the Jews. I don't think this is a dispute over geography that America's meddling in. This is an ideological dispute of a clash of civilizations, a clash of values.
Lies.
And so to the extent that America can aid and assist in fighting Israel's enemies, which are also its own enemies, I think there's a perfectly just case to be made for that. And I also just want to say, it's very important for people to have moral clarity on this issue, because it's not just the monsters that perpetuate these acts against civilians that should be condemned, but when we have apologists in the West that make excuses for them, when we call terrorists resistance movements and apply that term so broadly as an abstract term to make things that are not alike, I think we do a lot of damage, and it's just as dangerous to perpetuate those ideas. So I think having this sort of moral confusion and moral equivalency across the board to every single situation, it's perfectly understandable, back to your question, that certain foreign affairs America should leave to the local countries to deal with. But for countries that do share a strategic alliance with the United States, that's a political and military decision.
I mean, thank you.
Yeah, that nonsense. Hey, you let that man on there and just, man. Now, let's get into some late breaking news.
Report this morning, a stunning incident happening in Gaza. Let's go and put this up there on the screen. We have the IDF has confirmed, this says 21 Israeli soldiers, actually been revised this morning to 24 Israeli soldiers killed as they were rigging two buildings in southern Gaza with
if there's ever 24 soldiers killed, then you probably gonna have about 40 or 50 wounded. Whenever somebody died, everybody just don't die. A couple people get wounded. So, all in one day. And this is just in one place, because I don't want to disrespect the whole battlefield. I don't know what went on other places, but in one little place, 24 elite, best of the best. Rambo ain't got nothing on them. Israeli soldiers was planting explosives in apartment complexes, houses, demolishing them, which is a war crime, when an RPG from a resistance fighter caught them slipping. Now, had they not put the explosives all over the building, the RPG would have just killed about 2 or 3 of them. But since they some devilish sinners and who wanted to make sure the Palestinians didn't have no home to come back to, oh my goodness, they all died by their own mistake. And now Israel is saying, oh my goodness, this is just too much. Oh, I know it is.
Explosives. Hamas attacked nearby tank with RPGs and explosions in the building, causing the buildings then to collapse on top of the soldiers. This is according to the IDF. The Israeli soldiers have routinely posted these celebratory videos on social media of themselves celebrating and laughing while doing controlled demolitions of Gaza neighborhoods and others. This is noted by...
Now, he just brushed through that because he a fucking Zionist too. Controlled demolitions of neighborhoods. You mean blowing people's houses up so they have nowhere to stay when they come home? That's a war crime. That's a war crime. And this seemed like the Most High taught them. You see, but this is shocking. The whole community in Israel, they lost 24 elite soldiers. They're like, oh, what happened? Oh, we were doing something we shouldn't have been doing. And they caught us slipping and they killed a bunch of us. But had we not been planting explosives, we wouldn't have died in a big bunch. See, they don't want to tell the true story here is they were so savage trying to do so much harm to the Palestinians, they caused harm to themselves. Now, psychologically, I was watching news reports in Israel this morning doing my work. They say the community is psychologically distraught behind this.
Jeremy Scahill. I mean, we don't know yet much about the incident, Ryan, but what's your immediate reaction to this? This is some crazy stuff. The single deadliest incident so far in the war on Gaza for the IDF in this war.
Right. This comes after they have claimed to have kind of operational control of major parts, if not all of Gaza, which clearly is not the case. You know, if Hamas is able to.
I would point that out. They say, okay, Israel say we got operational control. You mean you above ground fighting? Everybody know they control underground. You don't control nothing. And they just, once again, they just proved it again. They pop up out the ground wherever they want and do this type of stuff to them. Major embarrassment. And now, so when you hear on the news that Israel is offering a 2-month pause, when you hear that on the news today, now you know why they want to pause. They want to breathe for a second. There's a lot of funerals, a lot of tears. You know, they really emotional right now. It ain't because they being humanitarians and want to give the Palestinians a chance to do nothing but get off their ass.
To, you know, launch an attack on a tank right near a building that they're trying to do a controlled demolition on. We'll talk about this later, but we have seen an enormous number of kind of TikTok videos and Twitter videos of soldiers, like Jeremy said, celebrating these controlled demolitions of just in absolute entire
We're going to get to that. We actually have
neighborhoods,
that video.
universities.
Right.
Let's play some of the clips that have gotten people so
Yeah, so I can narrate some of these. Our team went ahead and compiled. This appears to be people who are IDF soldiers who are joking about finding sneakers and opening a Nike store actually in the Gaza Strip, going through some of the rubble. This one here, again, these are all TikTok videos that they're openly posting inside of a classroom, kind of mocking the fact that it's an empty classroom. This is just, you know, it's like kids with guns screwing around on kids' bikes, rolling around inside of a house, and
kids have been
falling
forced to
over.
evacuate.
This is where things start to become question marks about the literal discipline within the IDF. I mean, these are guys doing just depth.
You see, no. This is what those psychopaths over there doing. They're destroying everything. I want you to understand. They're not trying to leave Palestinians squat to come home to. Every building shot up, every home blown up, every wall tore up, every table turned over. That's war crimes. You cannot do that. They're filming themselves doing it. But guess what? This morning, karma came. And while they was filming themselves, destroying someone's homes, the Palestinians popped up out the ground, caught them slipping, and 24 of them died in one walk.
Demolition with target practice with shoulder-fired rockets. And then here, you've got a guy just literally unloading his clip into a wall. I believe they're calling it the war on walls on social media. I'm just complete lack of discipline, I mean, I just can't imagine what would happen to a U.S. military soldier or service member serving in Iraq from, within their own command if they were to conduct themselves like this in a single incident. And so, look, to Israel, all we can say is war of occupation. Welcome to it. It's easy to bomb stuff. It's a lot harder when you got people on the ground. And it's not a surprise to me, Ryan, that the single deadliest incident comes months into the war, allegedly in a safe zone. And the lack of discipline and training that these guys have is genuinely stunning to me. How do you lose 24 guys in a single incident? I'm trying to think just off the top of my head.
Now the lack of discipline, the lack of training. You weren't saying that at first. You were saying they're the most disciplined. They're the best trained. They're the most funded. They're the best equipped. The most high-tech army in the world. That's what they were saying. Now that they're getting their butt kicked and they crying and they call the diaper force, the Palestinians call them the pamper force. They say they got pampers on and they be shitting and pissing on themselves. Excuse my language. They call them the diaper force now. Now they want to. The U.S. want to save force. The U.S. want to back up. they're very untrained and undisciplined. And oh man, please, so are you. This is all of y'all humiliation, not just Israel.
I believe the only time the U.S. military would ever suffer casualties like this was like a terrible, once in a decade, some bunch of Navy SEALs in a helicopter,
Right.
you know, Operation Red Wings like comes to mind, and that's where a whole bunch of stuff goes completely wrong. This is not supposed to happen. Just period. You know, in general, there's a lot of little things that go into tactics, into way that your command and all that is organized. But it's not lost on me that 21 of the 24 are confirmed reservists who were, quote, working to remove buildings and other infrastructure near the border.
Right.
For example, Army combat engineers and all this, they suffered a lot, you know, with IEDs and others. So I would just say to Israel, like, you know, you broke it, now you bought it, and now you signed yourself up for this is the future. This is what the future is going to look like. But don't forget, too, this is a small country. You only got 9 million people. That's not very military age males and or females. People in Israel are going to be pissed about this. Already, the Prime Minister Netanyahu has ordered an investigation into this. It reminds me of an incident that we covered here previously, Ryan, where it was like 10 IDF soldiers were killed in a single incident. It's like literal amateur hour. You're reading this. It's like one guy, a couple guys wandered off, they get pinned down. Then, you know, some colonel for some reason is like, hey, I'm going to go and help them. All of them get wiped out in like 15 minutes.
Right.
Again, like this does not happen in the U.S. military, and their total lack of discipline and others is really coming back to bite them. But it also just demonstrates like you can lose a lot of people. You know, 217 is the total acknowledged death toll by the IDF. We don't know what the real one is, and we definitely don't know what the wounded number is. But the longer this goes on, and the longer and longer you've got troops in there, that's going to keep on going. And you lose 24 guys. You know, even in a month, you know, you start to do the math, and we start to think about the toll that's going to take on the Israeli military.
The IDF is trained and practiced as an occupation army, like mostly in the West Bank, or stationed around the Gaza envelope. But in the West Bank, they are kind of raiding homes of mostly unarmed Palestinian civilians.
They can't fight back.
That they're arresting unarmed Palestinians occasionally. Once in a while, there's actual live fire, you know, in Jenin or elsewhere, but it's not as if they're running up against kind of a trained military, and certainly not one, you know, that has had years to kind of build tunnel infrastructure that they can, you know, exploit against an invading force. And this is all happening as Netanyahu keeps signaling that he's going to launch some type of ground invasion against southern Lebanon.
Yeah, I know. Good luck.
You're like, what you can do is you can, you know, occupy the West Bank.
Yeah.
With the help of the Palestinian Authority.
And you can bomb.
If they lose the help of the Palestinian Authority to do that, they're in big trouble. And yes, and you can bomb Gaza, you know, back to the Stone Age. You can kill tens of thousands of civilians underneath rubble, but you're not a military that's equipped to do this type of thing. There's a column in Haaretz this morning calling out this discipline that you just mentioned, and warning that the army risks losing complete control of these soldiers. The column warns that there could be the formation out of this of basically gangs of like paramilitaries, because you've got all of these armed young men who are posting on social media criticism of their superiors.
Yes, yeah, I've seen this.
Both civilian and military, and then getting cheered on by the Ben-Gvirs and the other hard right elements of the government. And that has the potential to just spiral out of control. Like if you have lost these soldiers, and they feel like they can just publicly tell you, you know, where to shove it, and they have allies in this factional coalition, that's a recipe for a Lebanon-style debacle, like a failed, like there is a risk of a failed state here.
No, it's a great point. I mean, all of this, why our military is professional, it's all volunteer, and they spend a lot of time on
None of this would
training.
be tolerated for a second.
I remember
on TikTok.
I think there was an incident where guys in Syria were wearing like they were posting their running data to Strava, and it was used at one point. And immediately they were like, "All right, everybody's banned from Strava. It's not going to happen."
Yeah.
Like you know, it's like nobody's.
And the fact they haven't banned TikTok,
I can't believe it. It's stunning to me, genuinely. just given how much this is playing. Maybe they just don't care, or maybe because it's a reservist military, they don't want to put too much pressure on them. But listen, I mean, I don't know what you guys are doing.
There are entire social media accounts that are just monitoring TikToks and just reposting.
Yeah,
IDF
we just played it
TikToks.
here on our show.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
On top of that, there's some major diplomatic news. Let's put this up there. The Israelis are proposing a 2-month fighting pause in Gaza, aka ceasefire, in exchange for the release of all hostages. Israel, they say, has given Hamas this proposal through the Qatari and Egyptian mediators that would include 2 months fighting in pause as part of a multi-phase deal that would have the release of all remaining hostages inside of Gaza. You still have 130 hostages or so that are being held, including some IDF soldiers. This is including apparently presidential advisor Brett McGurk, who was in Egypt on Sunday and helping work with the Qataris. In general, I just want your overall analysis on this. Apparently, the Israeli War Cabinet approved this type of parameters about 10 days ago and have been communicating it. The CIA director, William Burns, has been involved as well. What do you think, Ryan, about the prospects for something like this? I mean, usually I would say, if you're not firing for 2 months, it's pretty hard to turn those guns back on.
Right.
That said, this is Israel we're talking about, so I don't think they necessarily care. If you're Hamas, do you take this deal? Do you not take this deal? What do you think?
The other thing that they have proposed, and it's not clear if this is a kind of requirement that Hamas accept this or not, but they said they would offer quote unquote safe passage to Hamas leaders outside of Gaza, elsewhere. That brings back 1982. If you remember this history, after Israel invaded Lebanon to try to clear out the PLO, Israel got an agreement from the Palestinian leadership that they would leave for Tunisia and elsewhere. There were international monitors, that international forces that came in, and the deal that the PLO and Israel cut was that the international forces would remain to protect the civilian population, because Israel had the Dahia doctrine had been attacking the civilian population to put pressure on the to put pressure on the Lebanese to then put pressure on the PLO to leave.
Right.
That worked. As soon as the PLO left, the international forces left, and Israel and its proxies engaged in absolutely horrific civilian massacres in southern Lebanon, massacres that involved Ariel Sharon and future prime ministers. This is we're not talking. We're talking. This is Wikipedia level stuff here. And so that wasn't that long ago for these folks. Like if you're in your 50s and 60s and you're a Palestinian, you were 10 or 20, when this happened. You remember this. And so hearing again, hey guys, as long as your leadership leaves, don't worry. We're going to cut a deal. Everything is going to be fine. You remember that. And so also, that Israel is going to hunt you down or anywhere around the world. So you can get safe passage to Tunisia or
they're going to
Qatar, but they're going to try to get you anyway. So you're actually maybe even safer, bizarrely, in Gaza, even though nobody's safe in Gaza.
It's a Gordian knot, and it's not a good situation. I think that's like the easiest.
I think it shows that Israel is under insane amounts of pressure to actually focus for now on the hostages, which they have not been doing.
Well, that's a good segue. Guys, I'm going to go a little bit out of order here, but can we please put DE4 on the screen so I can narrate it a bit? This is showing the families, actually, of hostages in Gaza storming into a Knesset meeting, which is their parliament, demanding an end to the war and a deal immediately. They say, quote, "You will not sit here while our children die." And clearly you can also see there's some signs there in Hebrew. Many of these are family members. I mean, they're literally storming the meeting and taking over the entire thing, faces and others of those who have not yet been released. This is a tough situation. I mean, it just demonstrates as well the disconnect in the Israeli war cabinet between those like Gvir, Smotrich, and Netanyahu to a certain extent, where they want the war to continue. They don't care about the hostages. They can say they want to, but listen, they haven't saved a single one. The only thing they've done is shot 3 of them that we know. And then in terms of the bombing, I mean, listen, ask the hostages who were released who say that they were bombed. So there's that. We can keep that in mind.
There was a mother on Facebook of a hostage who said that the autopsy showed that her son was killed by like a poison gas attack inside a tunnel.
Wow.
And so there's enormous amounts of pressure from these families on the Netanyahu government to take the lives of the hostages seriously.
Yeah.
And at the very beginning, you had Smotrich, you had Ben-Gvir saying we need to not care over much about the hostages. We need to be ruthless in how we wage this. The kind of a mass version of the Hannibal Directive, which is that hostages are too costly politically for Israel, and so it's better that they're killed before they can become hostages. Like that's the Hannibal theory, the Hannibal Directive, and so. If Israel was accomplishing its military objectives, they might be able to push back on this on the families who are demanding the hostage release take priority. But without that, okay, you're not accomplishing your military objectives. The demands of the families become that much harder to ignore.
I think you're exactly right. And actually is a perfect segue. We can put E2 up on the screen. This is news we've been holding now for a while, but wanted to make sure that we got to it. This just happened a couple of days ago. Leaked U.S. military assessment to the Wall Street Journal. They say that Hamas has told us far short of Israel's war aims. Israeli forces have killed 20 to 30% of Hamas fighters. U.S. intelligence estimates show a toll that falls short so far of Israel's goal of destroying the group and shows that its resilience after months of war that have laid swaths to the Gaza Strip. The U.S. estimate found that Hamas still has enough munitions to continue striking Israel and Israeli forces in Gaza, quote, for months, and that the group is attempting to reconstitute its police force in parts of Gaza City, which already we have seen major Israeli withdrawals from. Ryan, you and I have discussed some of that previously. Israeli officials concede that despite the aggressive air-ground campaign that has killed thousands of civilians, they have not achieved their goal of destroying Hamas, which has run Gaza now, and that they have withdrawn thousands of troops following pressure from the United States to transition to a more surgical phase of its war against Hamas. Military officials say that the war can continue for many more months and that their survival has raised questions within Israel, the Palestinian authorities, and abroad about whether Israel can even achieve this most basic aim. Biden administration has now begun to scale down their expectations for the war. They say to Hamas's degradation as a security threat from its utter destruction, and that the U.S. has urged Israel to shift the war toward more targeted operations are aimed at Hamas leadership. A senior Israeli military official told the Wall Street Journal, you don't have to win, you just have to not lose. I actually would swap that around. I would say that's Hamas's goal.
Right.
I would say for Hamas, they don't have to win. There's no winning against people who got air power. You got no air power. But you don't have to not lose. Ask the Taliban how that worked out for them. They're stronger when we left than they were when we invaded. Somebody make sense of that for me after $1 billion. Or sorry, $100 billion or so.
Same with the Houthis.
Same with the Houthis. Same with, ISIS. We can think about that in terms of Iraq and how much it costs. And then they talk here about some of the surviving fighters and others. They're basically saying that in terms of the number of fighters that have been killed, even if you take the Israeli military estimate, which is 9,000, that is still 30% of the group's total fighting force. And that's on the very, very high end, right? That's not very good.
And that was the fighting force at the beginning.
At the beginning. That's
now
right. We don't even know.
Now you've taken 2 million people and displaced them. How many new recruits have you created by orphaning them, by killing their brothers and sisters, their grandparents, their uncles, their nephews? If you are a 18-year-old man or woman in Gaza at this point, like you're either scrounging for food and medicine to keep yourself alive, or maybe you go try to join Hamas at this point.
It's very
that's been the problem with that. That's the doctrine. Like that's the problem that that the kind of counterterrorism effort globally has always tried to reckon with. If you kill a terrorist, do you create more terrorists than you have just killed?
And that's not necessarily like something that, it's a common talking point. People are like, oh, what does that mean? We should do nothing. It's like, listen, you should just be calibrated. You should think about whether trade-offs exist and what they look like. So for example, if we were to think about where a terrorist group genuinely could have been eradicated, I think Al-Qaeda in 2001 is a perfect example because it's a small paramilitary organization which has ties to the Taliban, but is not directly connected.
It's not indigenous anywhere.
It's not indigenous. Half the people in Afghanistan are like, who are you Arabs?
Right.
Why are you here? I don't even like you, right? So they're willing to get them
by
up.
the CIA,
right? Exactly. They're like, get out of here.
Cut their funding.
Go kill them.
Yeah.
So that was a perfect example of one where, I genuinely think we could have gone in there, and as long as there weren't a lot of Afghan civilians around, you could have carpet bombed, you could have killed every single one of them, and would have done nothing. But then we're going to think about the Taliban. It's like, well, now you're talking about somebody's cousin, somebody's uncle, somebody who's involved in drug trafficking and all these, activities, including police force and anti-government for very different reasons. Now we're not getting into a phase where you can just go in and kill somebody and make sure that you're not having some detrimental effect. May still be a good reason to kill them. Maybe they're in charge of X, Y, and Z, or if you kill one person, it can have a bigger effect. But at the end of the day, you're going to need a bigger political military strategy. It's why we lost the war in Afghanistan. Same thing. We killed a lot of insurgents in Iraq. How did that work out? It didn't work out so well.
And ISIS kind of is a confusing example and raised people's expectations in a way that was inappropriate, because ISIS basically just a bunch of Europeans who came down there
from Chechnya or Britain or Belgium. And again, people in Syria are like, why are you enslaving my neighbor?
Yeah, they just got radicalized on YouTube and everywhere else, and they come down for this
much easier to kill. Much easier to kill and
you can extract that from the culture, because it's not indigenous not endemic to the culture. Whereas this effort to call Hamas ISIS fails because Hamas is made up of people who are from Gaza.
Yeah,
you can say whatever you want about them. They're from Gaza.
They're from there, which means it's not going to be that easy to root them out. It's a lot harder to kill them. It's a lot harder to separate them from the population. If you did want to separate them from the population, you probably do the opposite of what Israel is doing. And now, you've got a bad situation. So you got 21, 24 guys who have been killed here. How many more are going to be killed, in this war of occupation? And now, they're going to face all kinds.
To blow up a building?
They're going to face all kinds of problems inside Israel, because already they've done these withdrawals, and the reservists, they're sending them back because they need them to work in the military. Well, we all just got a preview today of what a real war of occupation looks like. You need hundreds of thousands of people standing around on street corners with guns. You can bomb them until kingdom come, but you can only keep it up for certain periods of time. And eventually, you're going to be involved in this type of activity. You're going to get killed. A lot of you are going to get killed, especially when you don't have good tactics, good discipline, good command and control, so many different things. So listen, I think this is a big problem. Any final thoughts here?
Yeah, and if you're the family of one of these 24 and maybe counting IDF soldiers who died, you're asking, what did they die for? And you're told they were doing a controlled demolition of a building.
Right.
Like, buildings do not threaten anybody. What threatens people are ideologies and people who hold those ideologies, who operate out of buildings and who use weapons. But you can destroy them. Like, what does destroying a university do?
Right.
Like, what does leveling an apartment building do to make Israel any safer? And so not only did you lose at least 24 soldiers, but you did it to destroy a building. Like,
you're trying to wipe people's houses off the face of the earth, make sure they don't have nowhere to come back and live. And what happened? You aided in your debt, because the Palestinians would have never been able to kill 24 at one time if the Israelis hadn't planted explosives everywhere. That was a blessing in disguise. They're like, wow, I can't. And I remember I showed y'all the videos where they stalking the Israeli soldiers and watching them. They thought it was a blessing from Allah. Now, this is some of the big.
We can say this much for the IDF. They are doing a lot of remodeling. Demo work, I don't have to tell you, is very expensive. So they're helping the people of Gaza by clearing all their universities and cultural institutions. So they blew up the University of Palestine with 315 mines. All the universities in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. We need a full academic boycott. I would not hold my breath. If you haven't noticed, our academics are not what one would call profiles in courage. So let's see what happened. Yep. No, yeah, they're fighting Hamas, all right. That was very effective against Hamas. Hamas was in there reading at the time. You can only mine this is from Arnaud Bertrand. You can only mine a university like this if it's not an active fighting zone. Otherwise, you'd bomb it.
I was going to ask.
Meaning destroying the university wasn't done to hunt Hamas fighters there, but instead as part of an effort to destroy Gazan civil society, presumably to prevent the eventual resumption of normal life. This is further confirmed by the fact that all universities in Gaza have now been damaged or destroyed. Yes, they are trying to make it unlivable. They are just destroying everything that these people have. So this is reporter Matt Lee pushing our favorite vampires familiar at the State Department, Mr. Miller, on the destruction of that university.
Based on Saeed's question about the demolition of the university, I don't know if you've seen the video. It's pretty widely available, but it certainly looks. I mean, it looks like a controlled demolition. It looks like what we do here in this country when we're taking down an old hotel or a stadium. And you have nothing to say? You have nothing to say about this? I mean, to do that kind of an explosion, you need to be in there. You have to put the explosives down, and it takes a lot of planning and preparation to do. And if there was a threat from this particular facility, they wouldn't have been able to do it.
So I have seen the video. I can tell you that it is something we are raising with the governor of Israel, as we often do. When we see to ask questions and find out what the underlying situation is, as we often do when we see reports of this nature. But I'm not able to characterize the actual facts on the ground before hearing that response.
Yeah, but you saw the video.
I did see the video. I don't know what was under that building. I don't know what was under that building. I don't know what was inside.
But it doesn't matter what was under the building, because they obviously got in there to put the explosives down to do it in the way that they did.
Again, I'm glad you have factual certainty about it. I just don't.
All I have is what I saw in the video.
I just
right?
don't.
And I think you guys saw it too.
We did see it. I can say that we have raised it with the
And it's
government
not
of Israel.
troubling to you?
We are always troubled by any degradation of civilian infrastructure in Gaza, but without knowing the actual underlying circumstances. I'm a little hesitant, I think, for reasons that should be understandable, to pass definitive judgment on it from this podium.
So you see, this type of destruction going around, just blowing up all of the buildings, that's how those 24 soldiers died.
This guy is like 3 levels below a tobacco company advertising agency.
Do you know who he's the one that left when Trump got in because he couldn't believe the lack of, like, it was so dishonorable that Trump was in, so he resigned his position. Then he came back when Biden got in, and he's been doing a great job ever since because honor and dignity, etc.
We're troubled by the degradation of any infrastructure. The whole fucking place has been bombed out.
Right.
The whole fucking place.
It's like the surface of the moon.
I didn't say we're mad. We're just troubled.
Well, and we saw in our earlier segment what kind of leverage they have with the Israelis. Go fuck yourself. No 2-state solution. We're going to control it. One might say from the river to the sea. Oh, he actually said that. So this is also Nicola Perugini. It's a systematic practice of detonation and destruction of the Palestinian higher education sector in Gaza. This is the Faculty of Medicine of the Islamic University at the beginning of December. Why? For what reason?
Yes! נשים למטה! Yes! קחו את זה!
What does he say?
חנוכה שמח, עם ישראל!
שנקרא נר ראשון.
חנוכה שמח לעם ישראל. חנוכה שמח
Yeah, that's their that's like their pro-Israel battle cry. I don't even know how that translates, because as you all know, they kicked me out of Hebrew school once they figured out what they were dealing with. This is the 21st century equivalent of the Romans salting the earth in Carthage. That's exactly what it is.
Real quick,
That's exactly what it is.
That salting the earth thing is never happened. They didn't. First of all, that wouldn't work. It would be washed away. The salt. They also got paid in salt. It's kind of crazy. So, all right, guys, get your paychecks. We're going to dump salt on the ground. That's just somebody wrote that as a phrasing. It became a thing, but they never did that. The salting the earth, not real.
You're saying my old neighbor was able to replant their garden after that?
Your old neighbor what?
Was able to replant their garden after I salted it? God damn it. And that took me like all afternoon.
You'd never be able to put enough salt for that to happen.
I'm going to have to look that up.
Yeah, look
you
it
know
up.
what? When
It's
I
one of
come
those
back,
made-up things.
we're going to talk about this. We're going to do a whole segment
Romans got paid in
about
salt, the
salting
soldiers.
the earth.
Can
No,
you
I
imagine that? It's like
know.
all
Well,
your pay for the
sometimes they
year.
did.
We're just
Sometimes
gonna
they
dump-
did.
What if we kept the field and used it ourselves? No, we're going to use your pay to ruin it. But it doesn't ruin it. We're doing it.
To be fair, that would not be the first time in history that an army or an imperial power simply made a gesture. In fact, we have a segment later in which our illustrious leader mentions how ineffective bombing the Houthis are, and yet we're going to continue. Spoiler alert. Anything else, Keaton?
Well, yeah, this destruction of universities, this destruction of hospitals, just the destruction of the buildings themselves is
These are like
part of
war
a
crimes.
campaign of genocide. It's actual genocide. Zionists like to get semantical with this. They like to say, well, genocide means you're eliminating a race from the face of the earth.
Which
no,
it
no,
does
no.
not.
The
Or
UN
calling for a
Genocide
ceasefire.
Convention, Article 2, Section C, I'll read from it right now, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, i.e., blowing up their schools and their hospitals. That demonstrates genocidal intent, according to the letter of the law. Now, the Zionists don't like to interpret things according to the letter of the law. They like to say, well, genocide, like to break apart the word and say that unless you are explicit in your intent to kill every Arab on earth, you can't be committing genocide. That's nonsense. That is an act of genocide. Blowing up 169 health centers, leveling universities that are empty for no other reason than to destroy it. This fucking guy, we don't know what was under it. Suck my... I don't want to say the show. Over on Rumble. Anyway, it's genocide. It's genocide to the letter of the law.
Come see us do a live stand-up show. We'll be in Venice, California.
Supposedly the God of the Hebrews is on their side, but I'm not buying it. Maybe Allah got into the courtroom because right from the beginning, the Israeli case did not go well with their barrister losing his papers.
The court was prepared to consider not only the question of the plausibility of rights.
This is the second time this happened to him, by the way.
Well,
I think you may have sang over it, but he said, someone shuffled my papers. He accused the
also
saboteur.
the question of
Hamas! Hamas!
Lock the doors. All right, nobody's leaving until we figure out who's the Hamas agent in here.
Yeah, so that just seems to me to be an act of God, in my opinion. If I were a religious man, I would take that as a sign that God's not on your side.
I mean, the only way that could get any better is if his parking validation got lost as well.
We'll have to reach out to our contacts at the AP to find out.
Listen,
if that
nothing
happened.
pisses off an overzealous Jew like having to pay for parking. So that would really be a bridge too far. Talk about your day not getting any better.
So this is Tal Becker. Okay, so I'm gonna let you all in on something. When everybody's rushing against a deadline, they are not able to gather all the information. So because this just happened today, he was the only one I could find the name for. I think most of the reporters, they were up against a deadline. They didn't have time to find out the names of all these people. So there's a woman whose videos are circulating, but I wasn't able to find her name before showtime. But this is Tal Becker, who first he started off talking essentially about how Israel was one of the first to eagerly sign on to the genocide conventions and what a perversion of the term genocide, applying it in this case, is. How basically these are just the realities of war, which you've heard before from the Zionists, that this is just war. War is hell. They're using a war is hell defense to a certain extent. But let's hear what else he had to say.
If there are any provisional measures that should appropriately be indicated here, they are indeed with respect to South Africa. It is a matter of public record that South Africa enjoys close relations with Hamas, despite its formal recognition as a terrorist organization by numerous states across the world.
It is well known that the United States enjoys a close relationship with Israel, in spite of its reputation as a terrorist organization throughout the world. I fixed it for you.
See how easy that was?
These relations have continued unabated even after the October 7th atrocities. South Africa has long hosted and celebrated its ties with Hamas figures, including a senior Hamas delegation that incredibly visited the country for a, quote, solidarity gathering just weeks after the massacre. In justifying instituting proceedings, South Africa makes much of its obligations under the Genocide Convention. It seems fitting then that it be instructed to comply with those obligations itself, to end its own language of delegitimization of Israel's existence, end its support for Hamas, and use its influence with this organization so that Hamas permanently ends its campaign of genocidal terror.
Okay. When you find yourself on the receiving end of an apartheid accusation from fucking South Africa, it may be time to reevaluate your moral position. Keaton, anything?
Yeah, I mean, that's about all you could say to that. I mean, you don't even know how to respond to that. I almost feel like the best way to make this point is just to show these videos side by side. Leave it up to you. If you can find it in
Somebody
yourself
did that, actually,
to take that seriously, then I don't think you're capable of being convinced of anything. I mean, and this was the big worry of mine in the days following October 7th. I didn't think that the Palestinian side would win the PR war the way it is. I just didn't think so. You know, when we came on this show shortly after, and you know, I made the point. You know, you can't change the mind of a biased jury, a dyed-in-the-wool bigoted jury. It didn't matter what Atticus Finch said to that jury; he was going to lose no matter what.
Right.
He understood that, and he felt he had to make those points anyway, because he just had to fight the right fight because it was the right thing to do. Not to make any grandiose literary comparisons, but I felt like I was in those shoes myself when we went on the air, because you just feel like it's an unwinnable argument at the beginning of this, because you see how hegemonic that narrative is when it comes from on high. I'm very surprised, pleasantly surprised, by how receptive the general public has been to these arguments. And on the one hand, you could say that's an indictment of my expectations, right? It's a testament to my cynicism. But I just thought this was an unwinnable argument because I thought the jury was just rigged and too biased and too brainwashed. But as you see these clips, just put them side by side, they make the argument for you. I mean, it's hard to even respond to that. What an utter load of absolute nonsense, completely detached from the reality of the last, 3 months.
Yeah, they are charmers, that's for sure. So they go on to continue to make their case such as it is.
South Africa stated that the IDF gave 24 hours notice to civilians in northern Gaza to evacuate. In fact, the IDF urged civilians to evacuate to southern Gaza for over 3 weeks before it started its ground operation. 3 weeks that provided Hamas with advanced knowledge of where and when the IDF would be operating. This 3-week period for temporary evacuation is a matter of common knowledge, and the applicant's misrepresentation of this fact is at best an unfamiliarity with the events, and at worst, a desire to tailor its story to a pre-existing narrative.
Yeah. So what about bombing the roads that you told them to take there and then bombing the places that they went? Not mentioning that. South Africa did talk about that in their case. In another
Yeah, well, if I could
section.
just make 2 quick points. Number one, the order to evacuate is in violation of international law. That's not me saying that. We played video of UN human rights expert Francesca Albanese saying that to a crowd. The order to displace yourself, especially when you multiply that order to the tune of now, what, 1.8 million people, that in alone is a violation of international law. And I would argue pretty easily, I think, that that demonstrates genocidal intent. Number one. Number two, if you're warning Hamas in advance of the bombing, does that not give away that your goal is not to eradicate Hamas, but to claim the land, to ethnically cleanse the land?
Right.
Is that not tantamount to genocide? I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? It's absurd. The ease with which you could just knock down these arguments one by one. Maybe they should have had the Epstein guy there. What's his name? Alan Dershowitz. I guess he couldn't make it at the last minute because his name was mentioned in those documents. But maybe he'd have been better than this. He'd have been better than this. At least he's the A team.
I don't know that anybody could have really made this case, because how do you make it? There are other sections. I couldn't clip everything, but there were other places they're trying to argue that they have no obligation to open their borders to let aid in. It's just incredible, because what are you going to say? What are you going to say to images of mass graves and entire towns gone? And how are you going to argue against what the South African team effectively put up as entire family lines? Not families, family lines are going to be wiped out. How do you respond to that? So
no, I mean, they're putting up videos. I saw the IDF tweeted out a video today of crosshairs from some sort of aircraft with dialogue over it. Don't shoot. There's children there. Hold your fire. First of all, I'm not saying that's doctored. I'm saying given their track record, I think it's plausible that that's doctored, given the amount of doctored evidence that has come out of Israel. Number two, where was that video before? That video surfaces now that you're on trial. Don't you think you may have wanted to make that point beforehand? That leads me to question the authenticity of that video. Number three, that would be what we would call, and I'm not a lawyer, but I believe lawyers would call that anecdotal evidence, right? You have one example of a supposed pilot saying, hold your fire, there's kids there. They're literally about to blow up a soccer field. And they say, wait a minute, don't do it, there's kids there. Okay, third of all, what are you blowing up a soccer field for? Why?
Why was that even on the menu?
It's an outdoor venue. You could see if there's a tunnel opening right from the air.
Right.
What the fuck you blowing up a soccer field for?
Well, they had a conference. They said, listen, can we find any radio transmissions from someone who's not a psychopath? We must have one pilot who's not a psychopath. And they found this guy. All right, so here
they had Juliana Margulies and Mike Rappaport act out a scene, and then they just overdubbed the dialogue.
All right, so
oh shoot, there's kids there. All right, let's take that again. Let's take a little less New York,
a little less New York Jew.
Yo, there's fucking kids on the soccer field. What you doing, bro? All right,
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for Israel. So here she goes on to deny bombing hospitals.
Hospitals have not been bombed. Rather, the IDF sent soldiers to search and dismantle.
Rather, they have been remodeled. They have been remodeled. We have repainted. It was very drab in there. It was olive walls. We sent the IDF in there with some nice eggshell.
Military infrastructure, reducing damage and disruption. Indeed, the tunnel that sat directly under the main building in Shifa Hospital was exploded without damaging the building above. The IDF then withdrew from the hospital.
Okay, so don't believe your lying eyes. Believe the IDF. No, they didn't bomb any hospitals, apparently. Anything, Keaton?
Well, 169 healthcare centers have been bombed as of the last count that I've heard. So that would contradict that claim.
They were just putting in a skylight.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So Israel not making a very good case of it, but as everybody knows, these decisions are affected by politics. The ICJ is in deliberations now. From what I understand, first they make a decision regarding whether actions should be taken to stop Israel's actions. Now, I don't know what they would do to actually stop them. Orders that they'll probably ignore, I would imagine.
Yes.
And then there's a separate decision ruling whether there is genocidal intent, which it seems is the crux of the matter. Is the intent genocidal? Seems to me the intent should kind of be beside the point if it's not an accident, right? I mean, if you're actively bombing people, it doesn't really matter if you think you're doing genocide, if you're doing genocide. But I get the impression that's the legal standard. Again, we're not lawyers. We're a couple of working schmucks. But
shit talkers.
Couple of shit talkers, shit posters turned shit talkers.
Right. Exactly.
But it seems to me that shouldn't matter. But I think the legal standard it does.
Yeah, and I can't imagine it doesn't go their way. I mean, I don't see how.
Well, what do you have? You have France, China, Russia. Who else has a vote on that board?
Well, we're on the board.
Well, you know how we're voting. I don't think that's a question.
Come see us do a live stand-up show. We'll be in Vegas.
On Friday, the president did make his view clear about a two-state solution, but he also suggested that Netanyahu was open to that view. So did Netanyahu express to the president that, or why did the president think
they had a very constructive conversation, and I think I just need to leave it at that.
In just the past week, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has repeated over and over and over again that he intends to prevent a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. But John Kirby and Joe Biden think we're all morons because they claim that a two-state solution is still possible, even with Benjamin Netanyahu continuing to serve as the prime minister of Israel. So on Friday, Biden spoke with Netanyahu for the first time in many, many weeks about possible resolutions to the ongoing conflict. Yet again, Bibi rejected the prospect of a separate Palestinian state. Nonetheless, Biden told reporters several hours after the call the following. There are a number of types of two-state solutions.
Are there?
Yeah, are there? What does that even mean? There's a number of countries that are members of the UN that don't have their own militaries, number of states that have limitations. And so I think there's ways in which this could work. It's not, okay, so let me just make this clear. It's not a two-state solution if Israel has power over the Palestinian state, meaning they get to call the shots in regard to whether the Palestinians have a military to protect themselves, whether Israel has control over what goes in and what goes out of the territory. Like, it's just a ridiculous notion.
No, guys, it's worse than that because Biden just threw away the two-state solution.
He did.
That comment is saying we're not doing a two-state solution. Netanyahu didn't listen to me, I listened to him. I'm not the boss of him, he's the boss of me. Because the two-state solution is two independent sovereign states. If you say a state without a military, that's the half withdrawal that they did in Gaza, where they're still super frustrated, Israel's still in charge, and they go, well, technically we withdrew, but if you do anything wrong, we're gonna cut your water, power, electricity, or anything that we think you did wrong, and we're gonna bomb the living crap out of you and kill all of you. But hey, we withdrew. So if you're gonna do that, that's gonna make it worse, not better. And here's the president of the United States saying, okay, I'm gonna give Netanyahu everything he wants. It's disgusting.
So this is a side note, but I've been dying to make this point because I think it's important. The argument against a ceasefire that we keep hearing from Israel over and over again is, well, the second we do a ceasefire, then we're gonna be victims of Hamas. Hamas is it's gonna threaten our security. Hamas is gonna come attack us again. Okay, is Benjamin Netanyahu unable to use all the weapons to lean on the Iron Dome, which we fund year after year, to protect the people who are currently living in Israel? Is he unable to secure the border with Gaza? Okay, because it's just such if that's the case, if all those weapons and the Iron Dome is doing nothing to help protect Israeli civilians, why are we paying for it?
Yeah, guys.
And I'm saying that because Hamas and people in the Gaza Strip don't have a military, okay? Yes, Hamas was able to carry out those atrocities and those terror attacks, but they don't have a navy, they don't have an army, they don't have, they don't have like the military capabilities that Israel does. And so they keep talking about this as if this is a symmetrical war, when in reality it's an asymmetrical war. And the reason why the IDF didn't respond to what Hamas was doing is because they were too busy protecting illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank. It took them 6 hours to respond to what Hamas was doing. That's on Netanyahu, okay? The real threat to the safety of Israelis is Benjamin Netanyahu. But anyway, they can't have a ceasefire. It would be so dangerous. Okay.
Yeah. So look, guys, a couple of things here. Number one, this whole idea of that Israel is being oppressed by the Hamas and the Palestinians, that it's a mirage. Like, so I'm not saying that Hamas didn't attack Israel and cause damage. They definitely did, and we condemn them for it. But the idea that they're somehow stronger than Israel, that the Palestinians are endangering Israel's existence, instead of Israel literally blocking the existence of their state, is topsy-turvy. It's just a total Orwellian talking point, as if the Palestinians control the Israelis rather than the other way around.
That's the way it keeps getting framed.
Yeah, and so I want you to understand, anyone who tells you that is purposely lying to you to try to trick you. No, it's Israel that has been occupying the Palestinians for 75 years. And then this idea of, well, I mean, they can't govern themselves if we let them. They want to kill all the Israelis, and so these monsters cannot be allowed to ever govern themselves. Well, couldn't every empire use that against every minority? So the Turks say, well, the Armenians, if we let them, they'd kill all the Turks. Well, at the time where the Turks were oppressing them, they might have. Maybe the Armenian rebels might have wanted to kill all the Turks. That doesn't mean you can't give them a state. It doesn't mean that you can't free them. Because if you go by that logic, no one will ever be free. Oh, well, you don't love your oppressor enough. We've been occupying you and putting our boot on your neck. Well, you don't love us? You don't love us enough? That's it. We're gonna put more boot on your neck and we're gonna kill your family members. Why don't you love us enough? No, it's your fault for not loving us, so we're gonna keep oppressing you. Nonsense, nonsense. Lastly, if you say the Palestinians are the only people in the world who can't govern themselves, you are deeply racist. Period. Period. Don't tell me nonsense excuses about, oh, they can't be trusted. You're saying I'm a racist, I hate Palestinians, and I think that they're subhuman and cannot govern themselves like every other ethnicity in the world. Every other ethnicity in the world can govern themselves except Palestinians? No, that's a deeply, deeply racist ideology.
So let's get back to Biden. Asked what Netanyahu was open to, Biden said, I'll let you know. But he rejected the notion that a so-called two-state solution is impossible as long as Netanyahu is in power. No, it's not. And he brushed off the idea of imposing conditions on American security aid to Israel if the prime minister continues to resist. Go to the last graphic here, because I just want to remind you of what Biden said in a closed-door fundraiser just this past December. At a fundraiser event in December, President Biden singled out Israel's prime minister for national security, Itamar Ben-Gvir, by name, saying in a speech that he and the new folks don't want anything remotely approaching a two-state solution, adding that they want retribution not only against Hamas, but against all Palestinians. Biden said that during the fundraiser. So why is he lying to the American people right now? That's what I want to know. Why is he willing to tell the truth to his donors in a closed-door fundraiser, but when it comes to speaking to the American people, he lies to us and tells us, no, two-state solution is totally possible. In fact, it's totally possible with Netanyahu in office. Come on.
Yeah, look, once he brushed off the idea of imposing conditions on Israel, that is a unilateral surrender to Netanyahu. That is the president of the United States saying, I'm not allowed to question him. He can say anything he wants, and I know, because I said it behind closed doors, that they don't want a two-state solution, and Netanyahu says it all the time. He talks to me that he goes on a national stage or an international stage and goes, I'm not gonna listen to America, they're gonna listen to me. And we're not gonna have a two-state solution. And Biden comes and goes, I won't impose any conditions. I swear to you, I beg you, Netanyahu, I beg you. You loser, you're pathetic.
I'm just
totally pathetic.
I'm sick of the gaslighting and I'm sick of the lies. We're not morons. We see what's happening on the ground in Gaza. We see the high civilian death toll. We see all those children suffering or just dying. And then at the same time, you have Biden speaking from both sides of his mouth, telling his donors one thing, and then lying to the American people, saying something entirely different. And by the way, how did Benjamin Netanyahu respond to Biden's claims that a two-state solution is still possible, even with Benjamin Netanyahu as the leader of Israel? Here's what Netanyahu said. I will not compromise on full Israeli security control over the entire area west of the River Jordan. And this is irreconcilable with a Palestinian state. AKA from the river to the sea, Israel will control the land. Pretty clear. Yesterday, he even doubled down and actually bragged about his role in preventing a two-state solution, saying, my insistence is what has prevented over the years the establishment of a Palestinian state that would have constituted an existential danger to Israel. Not noting that he's the real danger to Israel, of course. As long as I am prime minister, I will continue to strongly insist on this. And the Likud party's original platform stated that between the sea and the Jordan, there will be only one Israeli sovereignty. But when John Kirby was asked about Netanyahu saying all of this, saying that Israel will control all of the land west of the Jordan River, he basically did everything he could to avoid answering the question. Take a look.
Did the president address Netanyahu's use of the phrase from the river to the sea in their conversation today? I know the White House has previously said that phrase is divisive, so.
I'm not aware that that specific phrase was discussed.
Do you condemn him using that phrase?
Look, there's a connotation with that phrase. We've talked about this before. But when when you use the phrase "river to the sea," it speaks basically to the mantra of Hamas and in their manifesto, where they basically describe the geographic bounds of what they believe to be Palestine. And if you look at it on the map, if you go look at the four corners that they describe it, it's basically the state of Israel. They just don't believe it should exist. So again, it's not a phrase that that we recommend using, given because of that context.
But this wasn't Hamas. This was Netanyahu.
I understand. I don't have anything more on that, and I certainly don't have anything more on the conversation to read out with respect to that.
I love that the reporter had to clarify. We're not talking about Hamas. We're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel.
Genocidal statement. You're not supposed to say it. They censored the U.S. Congress lady, but Netanyahu and the Zionists can say it, and he too scared to say, well, shame on them. Well, hey, only if Hamas say it. What a joke, coward.
And Kirby followed that up with, this isn't about trying to twist somebody's arm or force a change in their thinking, meaning Israel's thinking. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made clear his concerns about that. President Biden has made clear his strong conviction that a two-state solution is still the right path ahead, and we're going to continue to make that case.
No, you're not. Biden just said that he's willing to do a nonsense, non-two-state solution where Israel controls Palestinian military, security, and everything else. That's still an occupation.
Yeah.
So you're not in favor of the two-state solution. Okay, by the way, I know people in power in this country don't care about hypocrisy at all. They love hypocrisy. So are we rehiring the deans of Harvard and Penn? Because they got fired for not strongly enough condemning from the river to the sea. Here's John Kirby. Is he gonna get fired?
No, but
no, is he gonna get fired?
No, Cenk, but you're mixing things up. It's okay when one side says it.
Oh.
It's the Palestinian side that's not allowed.
And by the way, the Palestinian side isn't doing it. Netanyahu is actually committing the genocide from the river to the sea. He's in the middle of committing that genocide, and then he brags about it John Kirby didn't denounce him at all.
Nope.
I heard that if you say from the river to the sea and somebody doesn't denounce you strongly enough, they should be fired. I know. So can anyone in power, in media or in politics, admit we're never going to be honest or fair? Ever. If Israel does something, it's perfectly okay. We don't care what it is. We don't care what kind of war crimes, ethnic cleansing, occupation, etc. It's perfectly okay. Palestinians, you dare oppose your own occupation? That's it, you monster, savage terrorists. Yeah, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the lies. All right. Now, Netanyahu just told you he's not a partner for peace. He said it very clearly, never was favor of the Palestinian state, never gonna be in favor of the Palestinian state. And as long as I'm in charge, I'm gonna block it. You just saw him say it. You saw the quotes for yourself. Not a partner for peace. I understand that's why we're not allowed to talk to Palestinians about peace. Oh, Hamas is not a partner. Palestinian Authority is not a partner. Nobody's a partner for peace. It's their fault, it's their fault. Okay, now it's Netanyahu's fault. There's no question about it, right? No, another excuse. Oh no, it's okay if Israel doesn't want peace. It's always the Palestinians' fault. It's their fault for being occupied. It's their fault for getting killed, 25,000 of them now. And then, look guys, whether you like it or not, it's not just about the Palestinians, it's about Israel. As long as the occupation exists, it'll never have peace.
Nope.
And you can say, oh, Jane, don't say that. It doesn't matter if I say it or not.
It's just demonstrably true. It's demonstrably true.
Do you think that any people, people from Ecuador, people from Nigeria, people from Palestine, any people are gonna say, oh yeah, you can permanently occupy us. We surrender to you, we'll now be your dogs. You can do whatever you want to us. We just give up, we give up completely. Total utter surrender. We are now servants of the Israelis. Do you think they're gonna say that? Or do you think they're gonna fight back? You'd have to be the dumbest person in the world to not think they're gonna fight back. You might say, hey, it's wrong. I don't want them to fight back. I don't want them to kill civilians. I say that. I say that I don't want them to kill civilians. But it doesn't matter because they're going to fight back. So the only way to get to peace is through peace. Israel did a deal with Egypt, peace deal, and it worked. Peace deals work. Peace deals bring you peace. War brings you war. So Israel's got a choice to make. America doesn't have a choice. Because our leaders will never, ever be fair or honest, ever. They will do whatever any Israeli prime minister says. It doesn't matter if he's left wing or right wing. And if you're denying that, that doesn't matter either, guys. The whole world knows that Israel is in charge. No, you could say, no. Every American president tells every Israeli leader that they can have money unconditionally, no matter how much they don't listen to us. But we're gonna trick everyone into thinking, no, Israel's not in charge. You can try, but it's not gonna work. It's never gonna give you peace. The only thing that can give you peace is end the occupation. If you don't want that, then okay, you want permanent war. And the next time you're attacked, don't be like, oh my God, I'm so surprised. Oh my God, I can't believe that they didn't accept our occupation. Don't they know we're superior to them and we get to occupy them permanently? I can't believe they attacked. Now, we have a right to defend ourselves. They have no rights, no right to defend themselves. And they can't govern those losers, savage terrorists. What, it's not racist? No, deeply racist. The occupation is a moral evil. It is the core of the problem. If you don't end the occupation, you will have war forever and ever. And America will pay for it, and America will lie on behalf of Israel. And that's what's happened every single time. And now our president has surrendered to Netanyahu. He's loathed even in Israel. Even in Israel, he's still loathed. But no one loves Netanyahu more than Joe Biden. Now he's killed a two-state solution. Thanks a lot, Joe Biden. You loser, you pathetically weak creature.
Thanks for watching the
has suffered its highest number of military casualties since the war in Gaza began 109 days ago, with 24 Israeli soldiers killed on Monday. This was reportedly the moment when 21 Israeli reservists were killed.
This is the video of the Israelis planting explosives in Palestinians' homes to demolish them, so no one to have nowhere to stay when they come home. But this time the Palestinians popped up out the ground, caught them slipping, shot a rocket into it, the camp, and killed everybody, all of the soldiers.
They'd planted demolition explosives in 2 buildings in central Gaza when the explosion happened. IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari gave these details.
According to what we know at the moment, at around 4 o'clock, an RPG missile was apparently fired by terrorists at a tank that was securing the forces. At the same time, there was an explosion of 2 two-story buildings. The buildings collapsed as a result of the explosion, while most of the forces were inside them, in and near them. The buildings apparently exploded as a result of mines that our forces planted in them in preparation for the process of blowing up the buildings and the terrorist infrastructure.
At the same time an explosion occurred, Hagari is very careful there not to characterize the explosions as the result of actions by Hamas. But the Israeli media has been more blunt. This was how the Jerusalem Post reported those events. Hamas causes buildings to collapse after firing rocket-propelled grenades on multiple adjacent structures. Additionally, a further 3 soldiers were killed in a separate attack by Palestinian fighters on a tank in southern Gaza. So that brings us to 24 Israeli soldiers killed on a single day, which is a real blow to Israel at a time when domestic support for the war is starting to wane. It brings the total number of soldiers lost in the war to at least 217. And because Israel has conscription, those losses are being felt right across civil society. Remember, reservists are not professional soldiers. They are taking the call up after coming from communities, workplaces, and families in which they are embedded. Andreas Krieg is Associate Professor of Security Studies at King's College London. He explained all of that to Al Jazeera regarding the impact of these deaths.
Unfortunately, so far, the Israeli public has somewhat been shielded from the real cost of this war. I mean, the burden of warfare, the operational burden has been shifted by the Israeli military onto the civilian population in Gaza. And what we see now is that as the Israelis are operating in the rear, as this war is kind of coming to a stalemate, it seems that the Israeli armed forces are now extremely vulnerable also for targeting. And it also shows that Hamas has not been defeated, and the cost of war are still there, and they're likely going to rise, and the Israeli public will be ever more exposed to these costs of war. And a single incident such as this in a fairly small country like Israel will have quite a lot of impact on the collective psyche of Israelis, and put pressure on the government to bring this war to an end and potentially accelerate negotiations.
That acceleration may happen, but it hasn't happened yet. In response to killings, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made this bullish statement. Yesterday, we experienced one of the most difficult days since the outbreak of the war. The IDF has launched an investigation into the disaster. We must learn the necessary lessons and do everything to preserve the lives of our soldiers. In the name of our heroes, for the sake of our lives, we will not stop fighting until absolute victory. To save lives, we've got to lose 24 soldiers in one day, apparently. Benjamin Netanyahu may be calling for, quote, absolute victory in Gaza, but whether that victory in Israel's own terms can be achieved appears to be increasingly unlikely. Here's Andreas Krieg again.
Does this goal of absolute victory still make sense from a military standpoint?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I've been saying this for over 3 months. There is no military solution to this issue and to this conflict. The root cause is a political one. It's a counterinsurgency operation, has to be seen as such. If they want to defeat Hamas, they need to defeat the movement. They need to do this politically. They need to offer something in return to the Palestinians collectively, not just to Hamas. And from a military point of view, there's literally nothing that can be done. We've seen the complete annihilation of the physical infrastructure of Gaza, and still Hamas is fighting. Still, Hamas has the capability to fire rockets, even if somewhat in a restrained way. But we see Hamas operatives still running around Gaza, still being able to avoid open firefights, appearing and disappearing, shooting from the rear, creating ambushes, and as we've seen in that incident overnight, being able to target Israeli soldiers with impunity and then disappearing again. What we also know from the Israelis is that for the most part, Hamas fighters are avoiding open battles and open firefights, even in the urban environment. And hence why the Israeli numbers of killed soldiers have been fairly low, while the number of wounded soldiers, also severely wounded soldiers, has been quite high, because what we see is that Israeli soldiers are being attacked from the rear in ambushes, booby traps, and this situation is likely going to continue with hundreds of miles of tunnel systems that the Israeli military so far has been unable to destroy and will most likely never be able to destroy. And hence they're in this kind of situation, in an unwinnable war where they can't get out of.
Krieg is absolutely right there about the number of injured Israeli soldiers. In December, the Times of Israel reported this. Israel's rehabilitation hospitals were unprepared for the number of wounded soldiers being admitted. According to an IDF report also in December, over 6,000 members of the Israeli security forces had been injured since the war began, and over 2,000 were classified as suffering permanent disabilities as a result. The true figures are likely to be higher. Again, remember, these are likely to be reservists. Ash, over 200 dead for a conflict which is less than 4 months old. That should have political repercussions for Netanyahu, shouldn't it?
Well, I think one of the things that you've got to understand is that for Netanyahu, there really is no upside. He's having to manage quite a few downsides. One downside is as the war continues, you have more Israeli casualties. That creates pressure. You also have the ongoing issue of the hostages not being released without some kind of negotiated settlement, the negotiation of a permanent ceasefire, and you've got the hostages' families, friends, and loved ones in Israel applying a degree of political pressure to Netanyahu's government. But if Netanyahu were to negotiate a more permanent ceasefire, if he were to bring an end to this war, his political career may well be over. One, he's having to deal with the extreme unpopularity of his Supreme Court reforms. And two, October 7th was seen as very much his security fuck up. The thing that he always promised Israelis was that there'd be no Palestinian state and that he would keep their security interests as the very, very top priority. Now, as me and you have discussed many times on this show before, there is an inherent contradiction there. You cannot keep Israeli civilians safe while denying Palestinians their political rights, their rights to self-determination and their rights to statehood. You simply can't do both those things at once. And I think that broke down spectacularly and irretrievably on October the 7th. But again, I think that could very much, it could spell the end of Netanyahu. So yes, casualty figures like the ones we've seen today of 24 Israeli soldiers being killed in a single day, that does create a pressure for Benjamin Netanyahu. But I don't think that it creates more pressure than his fear that it would be the end of his premiership should the war in Gaza end. And there's one thing that I want to just speak on very, very briefly, and it's this notion of a total victory in Gaza. Now, this is something that you hear an awful lot within the British media as well. This idea that a realizable military objective is the destruction of Hamas in Gaza, the total surrender of Hamas in Gaza. If there's one thing that we learn from the study of history, it's that you pretty much cannot end a native insurgency through military means unless you are willing to carry out a genocide or an ethnic cleansing, right? You just simply can't do it. It's like breaking a piece of glass. All you do is you create more pieces, because this is a direct consequence of the aforementioned blockade, siege, occupation, conditions of apartheid, the wholesale denial of political rights, self-determination, and sovereignty for the Palestinians. Without that context, you don't get Hamas. You simply don't get Hamas. And if you were living in Gaza, and don't forget, many Hamas fighters are themselves orphans of previous wars on Gaza. If now you're a young person growing up in Gaza, highly likely that people you know will have been killed, highly likely that people you know will have been permanently maimed, mutilated. You've seen the destruction of education facilities, healthcare facilities, power, communications, transport infrastructure. You have been left out in the cold without medicine, without food or adequate water. Do you think that's going to make you more or less likely to want to enact acts of violence against Israel, its military, and indeed its civilians? Not justifying, simply saying, what do you think is realistically more likely? Because if you create circumstances where people have nothing to lose, and in Gaza, they have had nothing to lose apart from their lives. There's no economic opportunities. The Israeli blockade had an absolute stranglehold on Gaza's economic development. That only strengthened Hamas's hand rather than weakened it. And I think that we're seeing the exact same thing now. You're seeing support for Hamas increase across the West Bank occupied territories. And I don't think that this will have broken down the support for Hamas in Gaza, because Israel's indiscriminate campaign of bombing, its war crimes against the Palestinian people, including the war crimes of forcible transfer, and in my view, genocidal acts and ethnic cleansing, all you're doing is making violence against the Israeli state and Israeli civilians inevitable in the future. Absolutely inevitable.
I think it's important to say that. I don't think it's condoning anything. This war is making Israel less safe. This war, which has seen more than 200 Israeli soldiers die so far, thousands of casualties, we think 2,000 life-changing injuries, is making Israel less safe. It's having a massive implications for global trade. It means that the US and the UK are now getting embroiled in a war with Yemen. And it is a war, by the way, if you keep on doing it. Who wins out of this? Who's winning? Not the Gazans, not Israelis, certainly not the IDF, not the Yemenis. Who's winning? Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. Yeah, apparently the entire world apparently has to dance their tune. And what you were saying there, Ash, really makes me think, there was a video on Instagram rather, of a man holding up his dead newborn child. And of course, millions of people are seeing these images every day. No matter what the extremists say in this country's media or in Westminster, and they are extremists, no matter what they say, if you see something in the palm of your hand, you can't deny it. You can't not see it. He was holding up his newborn child. It was dead. And he said, was this Hamas? Was this Hamas? Of course it wasn't. But we've had thousands of children die since October the 7th. Palestinian children have died. And again, you can look at the sort of more puerile comments on social media. They're more wisdom than 1,001 front pages in our country's newspapers. One of them was this: if you destroy Hamas, but you kill thousands of children, surely you're creating Hamas too. A throwaway, trivializing comment perhaps, but I think it's actually pretty damn accurate. But apparently random people on Instagram and TikTok have more wisdom and sagacity than the people around this country. They do, by the way.
The story here in a minute. But first, Ukraine has a dead soldier problem. Not the kind of problem you're thinking, though. You're probably thinking, well, look at all these graves that you're seeing here on your screen, right? Ukraine has too many dead soldiers. They can't keep up with the number of dead soldiers and building of graves. That's the problem, you'd think, right? And therefore, we should negotiate a surrender so more people don't die. An unconditional surrender. Give up the territory of the people that you've been bombing in formerly Eastern Ukraine, like Donetsk and other areas, for the last 10 years. Give that area up. It's gone. They don't want to be part of Ukraine anyway. They voted overwhelmingly to be part of Russia. So that's not exactly what we're talking about here, though. No, instead, Zelensky won't surrender. So Ukraine's soldier problem has now metastasized beyond just those graves that you're seeing there into a cancer of what to do with all of these dead bodies, all of these dead soldiers. Sources in the Ukrainian military leaked video saying they're just burying these poor souls in mass graves, covering them up with bulldozers in the frigid temperatures, and then telling the parents total lies, telling the spouses total lies that they're missing. They're just missing. We don't know where they are. They might be captured by Russia. We don't know.
Money too.
This video leaked from Ukrainian military members who are trying to get the message out about what is actually happening. I guess, clearly they're fearing for when this ends up being them in a few weeks or in a few months. So, of course, here you can see what you see on your screen. If you're listening to the audio version of this, if you're driving or something, they're building, of course, mass graves. And it's being directed by their leaders there in Ukraine. And then there's a bulldozer just waiting. And God knows where these are, right? I mean, once these things are covered up, good luck finding them. And when they do find them a year and a half, maybe 10 years, 15 years from now, you know what the mainstream media will say about these graves? Does anyone want to wager a guess about what they'll say about these graves?
That
Russia did it.
Russia.
Russia did it, right? That's what they'll say.
Or if they're following the New York Times pattern, it's just wait 6 months and then say that they did that and say, we think that this happened.
Yeah. And you can see the bulldozers here as well. I mean, this is what's happening regularly now. And it's remarkable. And here it is directing you. Yep, now it's your turn. You get over here, shovel that earthenware, shovel all that earth over there on top.
What is Zelensky?
Hide nor hair of these individuals. Russia did it. No burial. And we don't know where these people are then, of course. And then neither do the parents and neither do the spouses. Hiding these dead soldiers also serves another purpose, of course. You guys figured out what the other purpose is? It's not just that they can't handle all of this anymore. If they're missing instead of killed in action, then the government of Ukraine doesn't have to pay them or the family a pension or death benefits. Doesn't have to pay these things out if they're missing in action. According to Ukrainian law, quote, adult children of servicemen living with their parents or other legal representatives are entitled to a pension in accordance with the law of Ukraine. It's called On Pensions for Persons Discharged from Military Service and Certain Other Persons. In the event of the death of a serviceman, person liable for military service, or a reservist, this pension is intended as compensation for the loss of the breadwinner and family support in difficult circumstances. So now it's been 6 months and your son is missing, but we know what really happened. They dumped him in a grave, said he went missing. How long will he be missing? Forever. Good luck getting a death certificate in order to receive his pension or the death benefit payout that you'd receive as a military spouse. If you're married, you get a one-time death payment, according to France 24 News. Military widows in Ukraine are entitled to a one-time financial payment from the state and may be eligible for other financial payments, such as monthly sums from local authorities, depending on the region in which they live. But again, only if he's dead. If he's missing, sorry, you're out of luck. No payment for you. Turns out, according to Ukraine's official registry, there are over 24,000 missing soldiers right now. 24,000. That number seems very high, and it also seems very fishy.
Also, that's purgatory to not know what happened to your loved one. Just imagine that's 24,000 families who were not given the truth, who are in agony, imagining the worst.
Well, you're speaking like a true spouse and a mother, because that's exactly what these women are doing. So Ukrainian moms and spouses aren't buying it either. And they're calling for special investigations into the truth about these missing soldiers. Give me my bones. I want to do DNA analysis. I want a full investigation. I don't buy what you're telling me. I don't believe it.
Bless her, that woman.
That's just one example. I mean, there are thousands of examples. That's just one anecdote of one woman in one piece, but it's thousands. And according to the Ukraine's government-owned bureau on this, since September, they've had over 17,000 appeals to try to get answers about missing soldiers. 17,000. The National Information Bureau in Ukraine. 17,000 appeals because someone's not buying these stories they're being fed. According to the Ukraine's government's own bureau, they've had these 17,000 appeals. And here's the procedure once you get actually some information and you can actually, apply for these death benefits. You need to get all of this stuff. Listen, a combatant's certificate, a certificate of a person with a disability as a result of war, if available, and a death certificate if the combatant has died.
Don't you launch an appeal because you have none of that?
I guess you don't have any of that, right? In addition, you're going to need a child's birth certificate, an IDP registration certificate, and a certificate of residence registration. In order to get that pension or that death benefit, you'll need a death certificate, form of ID, all of these things. But good news for any young men in Ukraine who don't want to die in NATO's war. You can buy your way out officially. Not, we know about like all the black market stuff, the paying, the rich parents paying to have their kids out of there. No. Now it's going to be, now it could be law. A new bill has been making its way through Ukraine's parliament. And you can see it here. I translated it in English here. Here's the bill. This is in Ukraine's parliamentary website. You can go read the bill for yourself and where this stands right now. Member of parliament put this up. The new law in Ukraine will let you pay the military to leave the country. You can't make this up. Here are the ways that men can flee Ukraine. They've now, according to this bill, 4 ways under this law. A decision of public authority in an official business trip abroad. Okay. So like you're a part of an official business trip abroad. Documents certifying the fact that you're studying or enrolled in a foreign educational institution abroad. So you're going to the UK. Okay. And you're going to study there in Cambridge or something. Another way that you can get out is written approval for traveling abroad from the Territorial Center for Recruitment and Social Support. So, I got to think there's a lot of bribery happening in that level, right? A written approval for traveling abroad from a Territorial Center for Recruitment and Social Services. Okay. But here's the real one. This one's amazing. And the fourth way that you can get out is documents confirming the existence of open account in one of the state-owned banks of Ukraine with a guaranteed deposit of at least 5 subsistence minimums for able-bodied persons. Meaning that you have to make a payment into this account equal to the minimum amount of taxes on the minimum wage for the entire period of stay abroad during martial law of Ukraine. And then you have to have transfer funds from such an account to a special account of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. You pay the Armed Forces of Ukraine.
And then you have to, it says here, replenish it every month while abroad.
Yeah. So you have to keep sending them money. Like you're a parent sending money to your kid at college.
That's a Ponzi scheme to not die.
Right.
I can't believe what I've seen
if you go to, I know, and if they go to Europe, what happens then? They pay the money, they go to Europe, Europe sends them back to Ukraine. Do they have to start the process over? Or like to have a second account to leave again or what?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like
set up another bank account, and then you're literally transferring money into the Armed Forces of Ukraine.
I mean, think of the kind of person who knows that there are stories now of men who are dentists leaving for work, getting grabbed on their way to the office. You're thinking, okay, maybe they'll come for me. What are my options? And you look at this and you're like, well, I can't do any of those things.
Yeah.
And so you're
one of the poor
easy
saps.
prey. You're a lamb in the bush.
Yeah, you're one of the poor saps that can't afford this kind of cash to pay off the Armed Forces of Ukraine. By the way, I'm sure that money is being put to good use, by the way, to hide soldiers in graves so they can't tell their family about it. Meanwhile, we learned this week that the United States is turning Ukraine into a new colony. In fact, I just saw someone in the chat just say, this is what a vassal state looks like. Exactly, a new colony. Which, of course, it is. This is not a shock to anyone with an IQ over 70. Even Forrest Gump knows what's happening here. U.S. is forming a colonial administration in Ukraine. Washington has told President Zelensky to put Western-educated officials in key roles. Washington has begun creating a colonial administration in Ukraine consisting of local politicians who've sworn allegiance to the United States. U.S. government has demanded that Ukrainian President Zelensky remove dozens of high-ranking officials whom Washington no longer trusts from their posts under various pretexts. Washington wants those jobs to be filled by Ukrainians trained in the West who have sworn allegiance to American interests. It's unbelievable. As part of the policy of total vacillation of Ukraine, the United States has started forming what is essentially a colonial administration in that country. The required changes in the Ukrainian government were relayed to Zelensky during a trip to Washington in December. So that's what that trip was like to Washington. No wonder Zelensky was not happy when he was in Washington, D.C. last time begging for money. He was basically being told in private meetings, here's what's going to happen. The Americans are going to basically push ambassadors, other members of your cabinet from America who studied in the United States at Bloomington University, Harvard University, Poland's National School of Public Administration, outside NATO United States members who are now going to run your government. The Biden administration, which is in possession of what they call a killer corruption dossier on members of Zelensky's inner circle, is threatening to make the information public if the Ukrainian leader refuses to greenlight the desired personnel decisions this Russian spy chief claims. So just think about, and we'll see all of this comes together. Like we'll see what's about to happen here. Are key members of the military pushed out, Western-backed people pushed in, and the total vacillation, and the United States companies that are going to be moving in fully to take over land, territory, resources fully, so that they own the land, they own the most fertile soil, these mineral rights, and all of that. So this was going to happen all along.
How literally are we taking the word killer here? Because we know Ukraine is corrupt. That is not brand new information.
Right.
So how killer can it be? Are we talking real killing or just more corruption that we already know about?
One wonders. Like here we've got the papers. We know exactly what you've been up to.
We know they're killing, right? They're leading people to their deaths on purpose.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Right. But is there more here in terms
Yes.
of
I think the answer is unequivocally yes. There's more. There's more here.
assassination attempts inside of Russia, that kind of
Outside of
thing?
Russia, yeah.
Associates, family members, that kind of thing. Okay, that's terrifying.
So that's the U.S. plan for Ukraine. Let us know your thoughts on that in the comments below. We've got more.
Go figure. Follow me.